my... Oh, there it is. Yeah, now it's working. What do you mean it's a miracle, you fucker? Bonk that little shuckwad immediately. Hi, everybody, it's me, Raven. And what you didn't hear was me confidently saying, I think there's nothing I have to do about the friggin' tech. Look at me. Isn't it a miracle? Everything worked. And I didn't forget something. I had said that the microphone was being mean, and I thought that it was working because I could finally hear it and it had lights on, but OBS hadn't registered it yet. That's what the problem was. I know I should have said cactus me. I know, whatever. Bonk Frigid for being a little shit, please, somebody. But Fedster, thank you for your update. Fedster, thank you for your resub. I very much appreciate it. And hello, Cage Nightwind, bringing in the raid. I'm no longer pouty. I was only pouty because my tech was being mean when I was so confident that I had done a good job this time. It was very mean. Thank you for smacking the shout out, as you should do, Fet. We know Cage would not do it himself, and he will be pouty about it. Damn, that is a very good risk. And we still have not bonked Frigid. I am very disappointed that Cage got bonked. He is not late. He arrived with a freaking raid. You know who gets bonks? You know who gets bonks? Frigid and the honk now. Bam. Yeah, I'm doing another. This time will be slap of the honk. There you go. Damn, you've been slapped a lot, Lahonk. It makes sense. Your violence knows no bounds. But welcome in, Cage. I have emotes to drop for Fet first. But, thank you very much for raiding in. I appreciate it very much. How did it go? Your blue sky said that you might get roped into playing a long time. Did you go longer than you expected or not? I know Bonk Frigid only head pats, because I agree. Rude, Turt. How many times have I said no lates? I don't keep attendance. And thank you, Cage, for making that an even 90. I think that is it's very good. I've been slapped 101. Dang, I have. Wow. Frigid, how dare you? Yes, how dare you slap me? But there you got the right quote. That's good, at least. I was gonna say, Lahonk, I've been saying that when real bird ravens, when corvids talk, they can be very spooky. They're very good at mimicking voices. It's very likely part of why there's the superstition of if late at night you hear someone like a baby crying or someone talking outside. No, you didn't, because birds be tricky. Be concerned. But I think it's cool. It's very spooky, but it's cool. Play different games to make sure I didn't go over. Aha, okay. I do have to take care of things. Of course. Go take care of yourself. It's all good. All right. What? I feel like I'm forgetting. The tickle in a deep voice. I think I've seen that video. It's a very fun one. I like the ravens and their creepy little, their throaty little laughs and the little that kind of sounds a little bit like a turkey, but in a more of a cack-ish tone. It's spooky but fun. They're very good little talkers. Okay, I think I will try to focus on our first story. I checked how long the stories were last night at the end of stream, and the next two are going to be kind of long. So we're going to be breaking them up, but it is also the last two stories of the book. So I imagine we'll probably wrap up the whole book to date, and then maybe we'll get some 2 minute mysteries. Maybe we won't have time, but we'll do all that. And then that'll be it for this week of streaming. I know how sad. But we'll be back on Sunday, almost definitely. I see what Edgar, I think you mean Edgar instead of Edward, Allan Poe was worried about ravens. Yeah, the raven came in and just was like, Lenore, Lenore. And he's like, what the fuck, bird? How do you know my dead wife's name? Stop saying her name. Stop. It would be very creepy. Not just that he speak, but he came in, sits on your door frame, looks down at you and is like, dead wife, dead wife, dead wife. And you're like, what the fuck, dude? Stop. Stop telling me my wife is dead. I already know. It's very creepy. It's very creepy. But I think it's very cool. Like, what if he was saying dead wife, because, like, Bird met the ghost wife, and ghost wife was like, that fucker was an asshole. I wish I could haunt him, but I haven't really figured out how to get him to notice ghost me. I haven't got ghost powers yet. And the bird was like, I got you, babe. And then was like, hey. I think that would be cool. Imagine all crows come and do a Fortnite dance. I don't think that's what they do, but if they did, I mean, wow, okay. We had to read the poem in high school, and I was like, why the fuck is he tripping? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why is he fucking tripping about a bird? Because it's spooky. And then I see a video of Tickle Tickle, and I'm like, okay, now I see, I would be scared. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hi, Panda. Hi, Panda Gary. Welcome in. You're a little late on your raid message compared to Cage's. I will laugh at that. But welcome in. Head at. Oop, you head at. There's a headpad. Okay. We have read, Edgar Allan Poe poems early on. I read The Raven. It's a good one. I like it. Spooky. I have this little teeny book of Edgar Allan Poe poems and stories, and it was very nice. It's probably still up on the VODs, because I started doing the VODs like right away. But I don't know. Okay. We're gonna read the stories that wrap up the Arabian Nights, 1001 Nights, Andrew Lang edited version. And it should just be the two, won't take too long. I'm very excited. The one title is quite short, and the second title is extremely long. I have a feeling I won't be able to fit it over Kiru's little head there. It's gonna overtake my frog. But it's gonna be good. I am going to leave rage puffing for later, because you kind of got a free rage puff when my tech didn't work. I don't know how much you heard with that, because, well, I was rage puffing. But, yeah. Oh, no, I'll wait till Cage is maybe back. Cage doesn't have to come back. But I have bubbles. No, wait, you know what? I need to do this. Cage, as soon as you show up, I'm going to do bubbles. I need caffeine. Do bubbles. Yay! He's here. I can do the bubbles. Okay, we bring down the volume way low. Okay. And then we bring the volume way back up. Okay. That's an adorable bubbles emote, Panagiri. I love that. Okay. No, not Sprite. It is caffeinated. It is a cola. I'm very pleased. I'm gonna put that right there. And then drink out of can. I need caffeine, huh? Okay. With that, we jump into stories. You can be fully AFK, Cage. Go ahead and disappear. It's all good. I am Bubbles done. Good, good. Okay. I probably won't be doing bubbles all the time, but I felt like after Sunday, I was like, I should do bubbles for the rest of this week. I've got a couple cans. They're like mini cans, so I don't have to have a bunch of flat soda waiting around. It's about how much I might drink in one night where I'm hyper focused working on stuff or streaming. So it makes sense. I was making a dumb joke, don't mind me. The quick brown fox that jumps over the lazy dog. Yeah, what is the word for that? It's sentences that have every letter of the English language. They're very fun. Go ahead and lurk. And then you know, as you do, you will do your chaos when you decide. Yes, yes, yes. And I don't know who pigeon you're talking about, because I'm pretty sure no one identifies as a pigeon, which breaks my heart. Pigeons are pretty. I'm pretty sure there's a streamer that does pigeony things. I can't remember who it is, though. Who has pigeon? I'll find out some other time. Okay. Ooh, puking rainbows? That's very fun. Blah. Okay. Mask is not pigeon. I shall defend my mod. They're not. Pigeons are lovely little rock doves. They were domesticated. They were loved. They were used for messages, and they were trained. They were pets. They were very well loved. But then telegrams and less of sending letters, and they're like, well, I guess I don't need you, magic letter bird. And the letter bird was like, what do you mean? I'm pigeon. I'm pretty little dove that sometimes is iridescent, please. And then we kicked them out and left them to be what people call rat birds and stuff. And rats are lovely too. So it hurts. Pigeons are lovely. Don't be mean to pigeons. They're good birds. And the people that make fun of their nests, I mean, somewhat valid, but the reason their nests are not very good is because they were supposed to be inside birds. They're not supposed to be out on the tree birds. Their nest is supposed to be something that a human helps with. God damn it. Be nice to little rock doves. They're pretty. Stale fry. I mean, they like those. But like, we could give good snacks. We could give good snacks to them. I say as I have not fed a pigeon in a very long time. Because, it also promotes come hang out with me right now, and that's not great. If I was really being nice, I would get pet pigeons, but that's a lot to do with right now. Okay. Ooh, you still have a crow nest on your porch. Ooh. Does that mean you made a crow friend? He attack you? They attack you? Oh no. Make friend. Don't let attack. Give snacks. They will give shiny things. They do that. I promise they do. Okay. We're finally going to read the story, alright? I'm focused, I think. It's called The Enchanted Horse. I thought that this was going to be the story of why that dude had that horse, but it is not that. We already read that one. This is a different time. Oh, the baby burb they protect. Correct. Still, if you feed, they will understand you are friend and not foe. So that would maybe. But okay. The first story of the night. The next story of the book, The Enchanted Horse. This is a whole new story. I'm not immediately seeing anything about our caliph buddy that we've been seeing in all of the stories recently. So I think we've moved on. But we'll see. Does the horse have a saddle and diamond armor? I mean, we'll have to read to find out, my dude. But here we go. It was the feast of the New Year, the oldest and most splendid of all the feasts in the kingdom of Persia, and the day had been spent by the king in the city of Shiraz, taking part in the magnificent spectacles prepared by his subjects to do honor to the festival. The sun was setting, and the monarch was about to give his court the signal to retire when suddenly an Indian appeared before his throne, leading a horse richly harnessed, maybe indeed a diamond armor, geez, and looking in every aspect exactly like a real one. What do you mean? That implies it's not a real horse. What the hell is it then? What are you implying, Story? What the hell is it? What do you mean? That's a very ominous sentence. I don't like the way this has begun. Oh no. Sire, said he, prostrating himself as he spoke, although I make my appearance so late before your highness, I can confidently assure you that none of the wonders you have seen during the day can be compared to this horse, if you will deign to cast your eyes upon him. I'm very nervous that this horse is not a horse now, and I don't like it. I don't like this. It feels like that foreshadowing means that there is this shadow over the entire story. I can feel this not a horse weaving over me. I'm very concerned. Hello. How do you say your name? Should it be Zippy? Should it be Sizippy? Hello. Thank you for the stretch, posture check, hydrate. I just started, so I think... Calm down, it's a horse. Lippy. Okay, Lippy is. Well, it's ominous. I don't like it. I will do the those things in a bit because we just started and I'm doing good so far. But okay. Wait, where was I? Oh yeah, look at my horse. I see nothing in it, replied the king, except a clever imitation of a real one, and many skilled workmen might do as much. What the fuck do you mean? So it isn't a horse. Well, what the fuck is it then? What do you mean? What kind of imitation? What the fuck are you talking about? What is happening here? I'm very lost. Okay. Sire, returned the Indian, it is not of his outward form that I speak. What? But of the use that I can make of him. I have only to mount him and to wish myself in some special place, and no matter how distant it may be, in a very few moments I shall find myself there. It is this, sire, that makes the horse so marvelous, and if your highness will allow me, you can prove it for yourself. Is it like a hobby horse? Is it like a rocking horse? What is this horse? What? It's a horse, but it's not a horse. What the fuck is it? It's a teleport horse. I know it's teleport horse, but because there was no space, teleport horse. I like that better. Okay. It's a Porsche. Okay, sure. No, I like Porsche. Okay. The king of Persia, who is interested in everything out of the common, and had never before come across a horse with such qualities, bade the Indian mount the animal. So is it really an animal then? And show what he could do. In an instant the man had vaulted on his back and inquired where the monarch wished to send him. Do you see that mountain? Asked the king, pointing to a huge mass that towered into the city about 3 leagues from Shiraz. Go and bring me the leaf of a palm that grows at the foot. The words were hardly out of the king's mouth when the Indian turned a screw placed in the horse's neck. Okay, so there's a screw in his neck. It's gotta be a built horse. When they said like a workman, it's gotta be like a little rocking horse or a little wooden or something, hand carved kind of thing. All right. He pulled the screw in the horse's neck close to the saddle, and the animal bounded like lightning up into the air, and was soon beyond sight even of the sharpest eyes. In a quarter of an hour the Indian was seen returning, bearing in his hand the palm, and guiding his horse to the foot of the throne. He dismounted and laid the leaf before the king. So whatever this fake horse it does move like a real animal. It does. It reared back. It's been ridden. It's not like it's a teleport exactly. It is moving. It says that it goes quickly. It didn't just like pop out of existence and into existence in the other place. It just zoomed over there. So it's like a Pinocchio horse. It's a puppet horse that has life. Pinocchio horse. Teleport horse. Does it belong to Molecule Joe? If it belonged to Molecule Joe, I could see Molecule Joe passing through his horse when he tries to mount him, and that would be a problem. He would just be like, okay, and then he jumps up and then falls through. Oops. Darn. Can't do nothing. Poor Molecule Joe. Okay. Alright. We bring the leaf to the king. Now the monarch had no sooner proved the astonishing speed of which the horse was capable than he longed to possess it himself. And indeed, so sure was he that the Indian would be quite ready to sell it, that he looked upon it as his own already. I never guessed from his mere outside how valuable an animal he was, he remarked to the Indian, and I am grateful to you for having shown me my error, said he. If you wish to sell it, name your own price. Sire, replied the Indian, I never doubted that a sovereign so wise and accomplished as your highness would do justice to my horse when he once knew its power, and I even went so far as to think it probable that you might wish to possess it. Greatly as I prize it, I will yield it up to your highness on one condition. That's a lot of words to say, sure, but only on one condition. You do not need that many goddamn words. The horse was not constructed by me, but it was given me by the inventor in exchange for my only daughter, who made me take a solemn oath that I would never part with it, except for some object of equal value. We're just gonna keep going. I can't. What would be more likely? Teleportation, anything? Molecular destruction and reconstruction are controlled mini wormholes. I do not know, Turt. I do not know. I would like it to be wormholes because I don't want to have to think about deconstruction and reconstruction. I mean, clones. But yeah, it's a ploy to get a princess. Yeah, I was kind of gonna just skirt over that because I'm like, I don't love that he says my daughter says to get an object equal value to me. I was gonna try and be like equal value to the horse, so something else magical. But we'll see. I'm very nervous. Name anything you like, cried the monarch, interrupting him. My kingdom is large and filled with fair cities. You have only to choose which you would prefer to become its ruler to the end of your life. The way you word that says that we just kill the guy once he becomes king of that town, but fine, sure. Sire, answered the Indian, to whom the proposal did not seem nearly so generous as it appeared to the king. I am most grateful to your highness for your princely... Oh, yep, you're right. Fuck, I hate it. I hate it. Stop talking about women as objects. They are people. God damn you. I am most grateful to your highness for your princely offer, and beseech you not to be offended with me if I say that I can only deliver up my horse in exchange for the hand of the princess, your daughter. A shout of laughter burst from the courtiers as they heard these words, and Prince Firouz Shah, the heir apparent, was filled with anger at the Indian's presumption. The king, however, thought that it would not cost him much to part from the princess in order to gain such a delightful toy. Yay! Dad wanted a toy, so he gave me to a random man. Yay! Okay. He wanted a delightful toy, and while he was hesitating as to his answer, the prince broke in. Sire, he said, it is not possible that you can doubt for an instant what reply you should give to such an insolent bargain. Consider what you owe to yourself and to the blood of your ancestors. Please don't give up my sister. God damn it, Dad. Basically. Oh, goodness. Please, no cannibalism. Even the gooses. Even the goose peoples. Please. Please don't eat each other. I mean, consenting adults, but, like, no, I mean, guys. At least the goose looks happy in that one. Oh, my gosh. Implied consent there. Oh, God. Okay. My son, replied the king, you speak nobly, but you do not realize either the values of the horse or the fact that if I reject the proposal of the Indian, he will only make the same to some other monarch, and I should be filled with despair at the thought that anyone but myself should own this seventh wonder of the world. Of course, I do not say that I shall accept his conditions, and perhaps he may be brought to reason, but meanwhile I should like you to examine the horse, and, with the owner's permission, to make a trial of its powers. Not the sad. Oh, I see what you are implying there. Please, just not the sad Frau. Make it a happy Frau. Make implied consent. What are you doing? What are you doing? I knew this would turn into a small war in the chat. Oh, goodness. I'm going to scoot on. Scrolling down. So, Buddy says, yeah, kid, go and check it out. I won't say yes or no just yet. Don't worry about it. Ooh, yay. Yes, fight back. Okay. The Indian, who had overheard the king's speech, thought he saw in it signs of yielding to his proposal. So he joyfully agreed to the monarch's wishes and came forward to help the prince to mount the horse and show him how to guide it. But before he had finished, the young man turned the screw and was soon out of sight. He's a smart young man. He knew what he was doing. They waited some time, expecting that every moment he might be seen returning in the distance, but at length the Indian grew frightened, and prostrating himself before the throne, he said to the king, Sire, your highness must have noticed that the prince... The prince, in his impatience, did not allow me to tell him what it was necessary to do in order to return to the place from which he started. Well, if it's just think of a place that you're going to, then you should be fine to do it the other way back. It's not that hard. Yes, Cage, it might be time soon. It might indeed. What the heck? I like that little honk guy. Okay. He doesn't know how to get back, which isn't bullshit. I implore you, do not punish me for what was not my fault, and not to visit on me any misfortune that may occur. But why, cried the king in a burst of fear and anger, why did you not call him back when you saw him disappearing? Sire, replied the Indian, the rapidity of his movements took me so by surprise that he was out of hearing before I recovered my speech. But we must hope that he will perceive and turn a second screw, which will have the effect of bringing the horse back to earth. Is he in space? Is that what you're implying? Jeez! If the one screw... that's not how it went before. Gee, how... Wow, okay. But supposing he does, answered the king, what is to hinder the horse from descending straight into the sea, or dashing him to pieces on the rocks? Have no fears, your highness, said the Indian. The horse has the gift of passing over seas and of carrying his rider wherever he wishes to go. Then he should be able to wish him back to the... It's not that hard. Well, your head shall answer for it, returned the monarch, and if in 3 months he is not safe back with me, or at any rate does not send me news of his safety, your life shall pay the penalty. Well, that's one way of keeping the horsey and your daughter. I think the prince is doing this on purpose. I hope so. So saying, he ordered his guards to seize the Indians and the Indian and throw him into prison. Meanwhile, Prince Firuz Shah, I'm pushing it together, Firuzshah, and that's not it, Firuz Shah, had gone gaily up into the air, and for the space of an hour continued to ascend higher and higher. Is this horse, it's flying? It's not in space, but he is flying. Did he fly before? Oh my gosh, okay. He ascended higher and higher. Oh yeah. Till the very mountains were not distinguishable from the plains. Then he began to think it was time to come down, and took for granted that, in order to do this, it was only needful to turn the screw the reverse way. But to his surprise and horror, he found that, turn as he might, he did not make the smallest impression. He then remembered that he had never waited to ask how he was to get back to earth again, and understood the danger in which he stood. So this horse is like a freaking hot air balloon. He doesn't know how to stop the up button. Jeez. Okay. Luckily, he did not lose his head, and set about examining the horse's neck with great care till at last, to his intense joy, he discovered a tiny little peg, much smaller than the other, close to the right ear. This he turned, and found himself dropping to the earth, though more slowly than he had left it. Okay, so a gentle little float down. That's good. And now I'll do Lippy's stretch, posture check, and hydrate. We'll do that. Big stretches. Oh, good God. Oh, much. Oh, Abby. Hello. Oh, now I'm all sleepy. I guess stretching, and then I just want to shrimp back and curl up. Illegal. Okay, wake up. All right. Posture check and hydrate. Well, I'm going to do a caffeinate and then a hydrate. How about that? Caffeinated. Okay. Hydrated. All right. Yes, sorry. My face was full of liquids there for a second. Hi, Wally. Do you want us to call you Wally or the one who is many? Do we call you many? The one? Is? Okay. All right. I'll get to your posture check later, just because like we had the one, but it was right when we started, so I didn't know. Okay, many men. Do you need your meaty men time, LaHonk? Did you have your meaty men time this week? You didn't say so in a chat yet. Or is my memory bad? My memory could be bad. I'm going to just move on to the story. Okay. He's coming back to Earth. Yay, good. He's not stuck in the sky. Yawns? We did yesterday. Okay. That was unneeded. He's not having a hot air balloon crash. He is descending slowly on his assumedly wooden horse, because it has a screw and a wooden peg. Sounds like it's a wooden horse. It makes me think that it's like a rocking horse that he's riding. But I don't know. LaHonk gets first often. It's true. LaHoink first. It happened. Okay. Focusing right. Oh my gosh. He's coming back to Earth. It was now dark, and as the prince could see nothing, he was obliged, not without some feeling of disquiet, to allow the horse to direct his own course, and midnight was already past before Prince Firaj Shah again touched the ground. Do we need his full name? Can we not call him Firaj? Okay, fine, whatever. Full name every time. He touched the ground, faint and weary from his long ride, and from the fact that he had eaten nothing since early morning. The first thing he did on dismounting was to try to find out where he was. And as far as he could discover in the thick darkness, he found himself on the terraced roof of a huge palace, with a balustrade of marble running around. In one corner of the terrace stood a small door, opening onto a staircase which led down into the palace. Well, this is going to be an awkward conversation. Is this how the flying reindeers began? This dude? Hey, sorry I'm on your roof and I've come down your chimney here. It wasn't a chimney, but the roof stairs. I magic flying rocking horse. I don't know what to tell you guys. I'm sorry. Why is that word? Oh, okay. That's better. Oh my goodness. Okay. Some people might have hesitated before exploring further, but not so the prince. I am doing no harm, he said, and whoever the owner may be, he will not touch me when he sees I am unarmed. When did he say that? When the narrator asked him what he was doing? The way that interjects is so silly. That reads very much like the prince could hear the narrator while he was doing his action. Do you know what I mean? Those kind of moments where it's like you hear the narrator in a show and it's like, this was a very odd choice. And then the character breaks the fourth wall like, hey, it was a perfectly reasonable choice. Okay, well, that's what it feels like. And in dread of making a false step, he went cautiously down the staircase. On a landing, he noticed an open door, beyond which was a faintly lighted hall. Before entering, the prince paused and listened, but he heard nothing except the sound of men snoring. By the light of a lantern suspended from the roof, he perceived a row of black guards sleeping. I don't know why we need to know the color, but yeah. Each with a naked sword lying by him. Interesting way to describe a sword. But the point is they have weapons. And he understood that the hall must form the anteroom to the chamber of some queen or princess. Or someone valuable. Does it have to be a lady? But okay. Standing quite still, Prince Firaj Firouz Shah looked about him till his eyes grew accustomed to the gloom, and he noticed a bright light shining through a curtain in one corner. He then made his way softly towards it, and drawing aside its folds, passed into a magnificent chamber full of sleeping women, all lying on low couches, except one who was on a sofa, and this one he knew must be the princess. Why are we creeping up on her? What the hell are we doing? Why are we doing it? Gently stealing up to the side of her bed, he looked at her and saw she was more beautiful than any woman he had ever beheld. But, fascinated though he was well aware of the danger of his position, and one cry of surprise would wake the guards and cause his certain death. Yeah, so maybe next time you, pick up all the swords and move them out of the way and then, tap one of the guards awake, be like, hey, dude, I'm so sorry. I don't know where I am. Or maybe you just leave this particular building, perhaps? I don't know. Anyway, this is instead what he chose to do, to creep up to the princess. So, sinking quietly on his knees, he took hold of the sleeve of the princess and drew her arm lightly towards him. Just shook her, didn't touch her, but her dress. Okay. The princess opened her eyes, and seeing before her a handsome, well-dressed man, she remained speechless with astonishment. Well, if he's pretty, I guess. Who cares if he's about to kidnap me, I guess. This favorable moment was seized by the prince, who, bowing low while he knelt, thus addressed her. You behold, madam, a prince in distress, son to the king of Persia, who, owing to an adventure so strange that you will scarcely believe it, finds himself here, a suppliant for your protection. But yesterday I was in my father's court, engaged in the celebration of our most solemn festival. Today I am in an unknown land, in danger of my life. Now the princess, whose mercy Prince Firuz Shah implored, was the eldest daughter of the King of Bengal, who was enjoying rest and change in the palace her father had built her at a little distance from the capital. She listened kindly to what he had to say, and then answered, "Prince, be not uneasy." "What you say?" "Be not uneasy. Hospitality and humanity are practiced as widely in Bengal as they are in Persia. The protection you ask will be given you by all. You have my word for it." And as the prince was about to thank her for her goodness, she added quickly, However great may be my curiosity to learn by what means you have traveled here so speedily, I know that you must be faint for want of food, so I shall give orders to my women to take you to one of my chambers, where you will be provided with supper and left to repose." By this time the princess's attendants were all awake and listening to the conversation. At a sign from their mistress, at a sign from their mistress, I lost it. They rose, dressed themselves hastily, and snatching up some of the tapers which lighted the room, conducted the prince to a large and lofty room, where 2 of the number prepared his bed, and the rest went down to the kitchen, from which they soon returned with all sorts of dishes. Brain. Then slowly, no, my brain is just auto-correcting, auto-finishing a bunch of words, and I'm like, what are you doing? Stop. Okay. Then, showing him cupboards filled with dresses and linen, they quitted the room. If I slapped the one that has many, did I slap one or did I slap many? The world may never know. That is a good question, Turt. I want to work on my writing so much right now, but at the same time, I'm 2 days off ADHD meds, so I don't care if that's a good idea. You'll end up either not writing anything or only writing and doing nothing else for an absurd amount of time. Good luck. I would instead, if you're gonna listen to me, I would instead suggest mindless doodles or something. Something that doesn't feel like you have to complete it as much, so you don't get roped in, because I want you to get rest too. But if you're like, well, I got time, then I guess you could do that. Go for it. Go hyper-focus. I don't know. They got foods, and they gave him linens and stuffs, and then they left. Yes. During their absence, the Princess of Bengal, who had been greatly struck by the beauty of the prince, tried in vain to go to sleep again. It was of no use. She felt broad awake, and when her women entered the room, she inquired eagerly if the prince had all he wanted, and what they thought of him. "Madame," they replied, "it is of course impossible for us to tell what impression this young man has made on you." They can fully tell. "We have no idea. You're very clearly obsessed with him. Anyway, for ourselves, we think you would be fortunate if the king your father should allow you to marry anyone so amiable." They're like, yeah, we think he's pretty too. "Certainly there is no one in the court of Bengal who can be compared with him." You better snag that hottie, dude. Like, he's too pretty. Okay, thank you, ladies. These flattering observations were by no means displeasing to the princess, but as she did not wish to betray her own feelings, she merely said, "You are all a set of chatterboxes. Go back to bed and let me sleep." "You're the one that frickin' asked, lady." So they probably all giggle like, she's so silly. And we all go to bed, hopefully. Hopefully everybody gets some rest. When she dressed the following morning, her maids noticed that, contrary to her usual habit, the princess was very particular about her toilette. Not toilet, toilette. So I think like toiletries kind of thing. Her general hygiene, I guess, is what they're referring to. Can you both? It's less time investment and more quality, because this is more of a special writing I want to do for something. Less of a fun like writing my poems. Dive in. It's hard to make yourself go back over it later, but maybe you can try and pull off. I'm aware that with ADHD it's less possible to properly um execute this, but maybe try and do an outline and then go back for better quality after. But like good luck. Okay. Um Everybody was chatty. Yes, she's being particular about her toilet. Not toilet, but toilet. So I guess her general getting dressed, and they say, and insisted on her hair being dressed 2 or 3 times over. So she's just being very particular about how she looks today, which is apparently not how she usually is. No! All of your spaghetti? Pupper, not the spaghetti. Pupper. That was my human food. No. Oh, well, your dog ate well tonight. Oh, I'm gonna check myself about this posture. Okay. She's doing her hair and redoing her hair. I'm going to. No! Don't do that. I highly recommend you just get more human food, please. Please. Oh, what am I saying? You're a goose. You'll eat whatever, probably. Okay. She's getting particular, and then she says, "For," she said to herself, "if my appearance, oh no, if my appearance was not displeasing to the prince when he saw me in the condition I was, how much more will he be struck with me when he beholds me with all my charms? If he thought I was pretty when I was in bed half asleep, he's gonna think I'm amazing all done up now." Then she placed in her hair the largest and most brilliant diamonds she could find, with a necklace, bracelets, and girdle, all of precious stones. And over her shoulders her ladies put a robe of the richest stuff in all the Indies, that no one was allowed to wear except members of the royal family. When she was fully dressed according to her wishes, she sent to know if the Prince of Persia was awake and ready to receive her, as she desired to present herself before him. Oh, everything's moving. Well, I can't share, at least right now. Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh's good. I just still have lemonade. I have raisins. They are very dry grapes, but they are grapes. I now want to grab my raisins. No, Raven. We will have snackies later. Okay. I want to go see the prince, she says. Let me see if is the prince ready? Hello, I'm ready. I'm all prettied. Shall I? When the princess's messengers entered his room, Prince Firouz Shah was in the act of leaving it to inquire if he might be allowed to pay his homage to her mistress. Ooh, well, I was just on my way. Perfect. But on hearing the princess's wishes, he at once gave way. "Her will is my law," he said. "I am only here to obey her orders." As if you showed up here specifically for that. What are you talking about, dude? But okay. All this time, is the horse just still on the roof? Is the horse just like waiting? Is any of the guards gonna show up, be like, "What the fuck is this? I don't know. What is this? It's a wooden horse? Holy shit, I think it's alive, but it's a wooden horse. I don't know, man. It's just here on this roof." Because nobody's heard how he's here. Nobody knows there's a horse. Why is there a horse on our roof? Okay. In a few moments, the princess herself... Thanks, Minnie. This is my brand of nonsense. I could probably read seriously, but I don't choose to. We always insert either commentary that's like, okay, that's fucked up. We all agree that that's fucked up, right? Right. Okay, moving on. Or these little silly things, and I'm pleased with them. I'm pleased with myself. Okay. Turt, you sweetie. Get frosted. No, but I love the inner dialogue. Oh, thank you. Well, oh, did I hit the? Okay, good. Here's some rain and money frogs. Bam. What I do? Thank you, Turt. You're being very sweet. Thank you for sharing. And now you are frogged. Well, really frogged, but you know. Okay. Where the heck was I? He's gonna go. Her will is my law. Okay. In a few moments, the princess herself appeared, and after the usual compliments had passed between them, the princess sat down on a sofa and began to explain to the prince her reasons for not giving him an audience in her own apartments. Well, you were already there last night. Is not enough of one? Had I done so, she said, we might have been interrupted at any hour by the chief of the eunuchs, who has the right to enter whenever it pleases him, whereas this is forbidden ground. I am all impatience to learn the wonderful accident which has procured the pleasure of your arrival, and that is why I have come to you here, where no one can intrude upon us. Begin then, I entreat you, without delay. She says, I just want to tell you that I showed up here so that no one could interrupt us. So tell me your story, but like no one will interrupt us. So go ahead. Okay, girly. So the prince began at the beginning and told all the story of the festival of Nowruz, held yearly in Persia, and of the splendid spectacles celebrated in its honor. But when he came to the Enchanted Horse, the princess declared that she could never have imagined anything half so surprising. Well then, continued the prince, you can easily understand how the king, my father, who has a passion for all curious things, was seized with a violent desire to possess this horse, and asked the Indian what sum he would take for it. The man's answer was absolutely absurd, as you will agree, when I tell you that it was nothing less than the hand of the princess, my sister. But though all the bystanders laughed and mocked, and I was beside myself with rage, I saw to my despair that my father could not make up his mind to treat the insolent proposal as it deserved. I love that this guy is like, that's fucked up. It's ridiculous. But he's probably thinking it's not nearly worth that. I don't know. Maybe he is thinking in the sort of feminist way, like, she's a person. And if so, this is a hell of a way to flirt, good dude. Anyway. I tried to argue with him, but in vain. He only begged me to examine the horse with a view, as I quite understood, of making me more sensible of its value. To please my father, I mounted the horse, and, without waiting for the instructions from the Indian, I turned the peg as I had seen him do. In an instant, I was soaring upwards, much quicker than an arrow could fly, and I felt as if I might be getting so near the sky that I should soon hit my head against it. Oh, that's not how science works, baby. Okay. But anyway, I could see nothing beneath me, and for some time was so confused that I did not even know in what direction I was traveling. At last, when it was growing dark, I found another screw, and on turning it, the horse began slowly to sink towards the earth. I was forced to trust to chance, and to see what fate had in store, and it was already past midnight when I found myself on the roof of this palace. I crept down the little staircase and made directly for a light which I perceived through an open door. I peeped cautiously in and saw, as you will guess, the eunuchs lying asleep on the floor. Oh, they were all eunuchs? Well, they were guards, at least. I knew the risks I ran, but my need was so great that I paid no attention to them and stole safely past your guards to the curtain which concealed your doorway. The rest, princess, you know, and it only remains for me to thank you for the kindness you have shown me and to assure you of my gratitude. By the law of nations, I am already your slave, and I have only my heart that is my own to offer you. Oh, okay, but what am I saying? My own. Alas, madame, it was yours from the moment I beheld you. Oh, you're getting real flirty. Look at you. Okay, so he's like, I love you anyway. The air with which he said these words could have left no doubt on the mind of the princess as to the effect of her charms, and the blush which mounted to her face only increased her beauty. Oh, no, wait, I hit the wrong button. Ignore that. Ignore that button. I think I meant this one. Yeah, there you go. She be blushy. All right. How many? You know what? I think. No, I'll go just a little bit longer, and then we'll have our break. Long, you little goof. We're gifting out subs, you sweethearts. Look at you guys. Sharing the love, sharing the frowns, sharing the monies. Look at the money frowns. Thank you. Very sweet, Lahonk. Prince, returned she as soon as her confusion permitted her to speak. She shook, she got her head straight, and then she said, Prince, you have given me the greatest pleasure, and I have followed you closely in all your adventures, and though you are positively sitting before me, I even trembled at your danger in the upper regions of the air. Let me say what a debt I owe to the chance that has led you to my house. So she was saying, like, even though I can see you, you're definitely right here. I was so nervous for you when you were up in the air. I thought, your story was very good. I was very, enthralled. But thank you. Let me say what a debt I owe the chance that has led you to my house. You could have entered none which would have given you a warmer welcome. As to your being a slave, of course that is merely a joke, and my reception must itself have assured you that you are as free here as at your father's court. As to your heart, continued she in tones of encouragement, I am quite sure that must have been disposed of long ago to some princess who is well worthy of it, and I could not think of being the cause of your unfaithfulness to her. She's like, you got a girlfriend? Prince Firouz Shah was about to protest that there was no lady with any prior claims, but he was stopped by the entrance of one of the princess's attendants. Oh no, she doesn't know you don't have a girlfriend. Oh no, you better clear that up quick. Get frogged. I think that should, when you get a new gifted sub, that should be a new tradition. I like that one. I like our little traditions. Okay, the attendant enters, who announced that the dinner was served, and after all, neither was sorry for the interruption. Oh, good. Okay, so he probably did say something, and also they were probably like, oh yeah, we should go get food. Dinner was laid in a magnificent apartment, and the table was covered with delicious fruits, while during the repast richly dressed girls sang softly and sweetly to stringed instruments. After the prince and princess had finished, they passed into a small room hung with blue and gold, looking out into a garden stocked with flowers and arbutus trees, quite different from any that were to be found in Persia. Princess, observed the young man, till now I had always believed that Persia could boast finer palaces and more lovely gardens than any kingdom upon earth. But my eyes have been opened, and I begin to perceive that, wherever there is a great king, he will surround himself with buildings worthy of him. Well, yeah, that's how that works, buddy. Prince, replied the princess of Bengal, I have no idea what a Persian palace is like, so I am unable to make comparisons. I do not wish to depreciate my own palace, but I can assure you that it is very poor beside that of the king of my father, as you will agree when you have been there to greet him, as I hope you will shortly do. Now the princess hoped, by bringing about a meeting between the prince and her father, to get married. Yeah, we know. King would be so struck with the young man's distinguished air and fine manners that he would offer him his daughter to wife. Yeah, we could see it coming a mile away. But the reply of the Prince of Persia to her suggestion was not quite what she wished. Oh no. Madame, he said, by taking advantage of your proposal to visit the palace of the King of Bengal, I should satisfy not merely my curiosity, but also the sentiments of respect with which I regard him. But, Princess, I am persuaded that you will feel with me that I cannot possibly present myself before so great a sovereign without the attendance suitable to my rank. He would think me an adventurer. Oh, so he's like, I can't go now. I gotta go back, get all my peeps, make sure there's a whole entrance team when I go to meet your dad. I gotta make sure I look good, you know. Okay, well, fine. If that is all, she answered, you can get as many attendants here as you please. There are plenty of Persian merchants, and as for money, my treasury is always open to you. Take what you please. Why are you giving him everything? What if he was a liar? What if he was just a pretty liar? What if he was just an adventurer? Oh no. Prince Firouz Shah guessed what prompted so much kindness on the part of the princess, and was much touched by it. Ooh, oh, she likes me. Oh, okay. Still, his passion, which increased every moment, did not make him forget his duty, so he replied without hesitation, I do not know, Princess, how to express my gratitude for your obliging offer, which I should accept at once if it were not for the recollection of all the uneasiness the king my father must be suffering on my account. Yes, 'cause also that dude, the Indian, the horse owner, he's gonna die if you don't show up in a couple months. Can't take too long here, dude. Okay. I should be unworthy indeed of all the love he showers upon me if I did not return to him at the first possible moment, for while I am enjoying the society of the most amiable of all princesses, I imagine he winks there or something, he is, I am quite convinced, plunged in the deepest grief, having lost all hope of seeing me again. I am sure you will understand my position, and will feel that to remain away one instant longer than is necessary would not only be ungrateful on my part, but perhaps even a crime. For how do I know if my absence may not break his heart? But, continued the prince, having obeyed the voice of my conscience, I shall count the moments when, with your gracious permission, I may present myself before the King of Bengal, not as a wanderer, but as a prince, to implore the favor of your hand. Oh, he said it. He said he's gonna do it. My father has always informed me that in my marriage I shall be left quite free, but I am persuaded that I have only to describe your generosity for my wishes to become his own. Okay, so he says, I can't go right now, but you know, I'll do it. Let's do it. Let's do that. Scroll. And then I think that's a good spot to leave off. That is our break. So when we come back, the princess will respond, and they'll set about their plans, probably. I imagine the prince will go back home via magic horse, hopefully, and then he'll say to his father, look, I gotta go. Can we keep the magic horse? And I don't know what'll happen about giving away his sister or not, but oh no, maybe he probably wouldn't use the magic horse. He'd give back the magic horse and say, just get rid of this guy. You have a new daughter-in-law, a much better princess. Let's all march off. I don't know how exactly, but we'll do something like that. Okay. Okay. We've got a few. I'm going to start with the beaded bracelet. Do I want to start with the rage puffing? I am energy. Okay, I'll start with the rage puffing and then beaded bracelet and brushes and chain. All the ones that Turd has pulled out. And then singing bowl and frog and me with the humming. You just want some singing, Lahonk. Isn't that cute? I wouldn't be surprised if you also ordered a kalimba for all the musics. I wouldn't put it past you. And now you definitely, because I said it, and I remember you have points now. But it's okay. Rage puffing first. Yeah, I knew that was coming. I didn't really mean to, but I'm also like, I like kalimba. Okay. Alright. I rage. I go back to when my mic was being mean and made me say something very ironic. I didn't know. Okay. I can do this. It's not reading. It's not... There you go. Okay. Okay, there you go with rage puffing. Not rage pull, but rage puff. Oh, Pandigiri, you're using your frowns. Yeah. Okay, it was this one? What was the other one? Yeah. Okay. No gotchas detected. It's all good. You guys, you just been sprinkled with. Oh no, Mask isn't here, so somebody had to typo. I mean, if there's no Mask here to typo, somebody has to take that spot. Also, why isn't Mask here to typo? No. I hope Mask watches the VOD and then hears me say this and then comments, rage! Because he would. Alright, beaded bracelet. That's not so rare. Oh no, sorry. I meant beaded bracelet is rare, but then I saw brushes. Brushes isn't so rare. I'll let you in on a little secret. I usually prep for stream. Well, not origami stream, because I put all the stuff where the origami stuffs is. But by putting the most common triggers stuffs right here. And keys is here. The little knife for a mic arm is here. Scissors is here. Cards, dice, books for the pages, and the candle for the tappies. But also tuning fork and comb. They're here too. But yeah, brush is not uncommon. Brush is very common. I think Lahonk likes to redeem that one specifically because I do the little whisper when I take off the mic cover. But they're here. And then singing bowl, singing frog. They're always on the little bench. Herbert. Oh, I never turned Herbert back around. He watched me. I didn't even notice. The little pervert. I let the pervert watch me. Damn it. You guys aren't supposed to let me do that. Ah! He needs to be pointing the wall at all times, you little creep. Oh, Herbert. But yeah, I keep all the stuffs around. But then I have a little extra stuffs. I have the mug for tappies. I have the little wooden figurines for tappies. I have extra dice, the wooden sticks, the tin and plastic and tin. And often the kalimba's over there, but the kalimba's on a different shelf. And now it's right here. Now it's at the ready. Yeah. They're here. But yeah, I consider the brush pretty common enough. Tuning fork isn't very common, but it's still relatively new, so I've been pulling it over. I could probably leave it on the shelf now, but anyway. Alright. Beaded bracelet, then brushes, then chain, and then the so on. Alright, beaded bracelet, here we go. Let's adjust mic. Okay. Here we go. yes, the bracelet is a very soft little plasticky, glassy beads hitting each other. Yeah, sorry. Little silent fixing giggle. I was very disappointed in myself. I was very disappointed in myself. But it was very quiet. It was a very quiet fix, and so I'm proud of that. Alright, brushes though. And I will quickly pull off the cover. Warning for this. You're naked. Okay, I muted and put the cover back on. I don't know. D and B are kind of far, but I just wrote beaded, so maybe that's why I did the duh. And the L and F, I mean line versus line plus hook, maybe? Like that's where you, as opposed to L and, I don't know, G, those would be very different. I mean, F and G are right next to each other, but L and G are very different. F and O. I can't see how you would have written that. M would have been very different. It could have been weirder, is what I'm saying. You could have had a weirder one. Alright, chain next. Let's do chain. And alright. Yep. Yep. And then the singing musical-y stuff. Alright. Alright, that was the chain, and now singing bowl, singing frog, humming kalimba is the musical moment. Let's get musical. Alright, I'm gonna do the bring the volume down thing that I did previously. What? It's blood of a tree. Don't. What? No. Really? Really? Blood of a kitty? That's just silly, but also. Mm, okay, sure. It's blood of a tree, for real. Alright, singing bowl, I'm gonna bonk down. And. Here we go. I don't know how long, how loud that was on your end, but because it's in my hand and in my ears, I, I feel shaky. The vibrations, I could feel them in the back of my head, in my ears. I just feel shooketh. Very, very resonant that today was not a day for Singing Bowl. I love you, Singing Bowl, but when I get double the hearing it do be shaky. Whew. I think first I think popcorn frows. Excuse me, do not eat frows. But maybe Alfredo, maybe pasta. Oh, thank you for bits. Let's get money frows going. I got air fryer, but not an actual fryer. Ah, well, can't you still do that, or you have to do? I don't know how to. I don't do that. Thank you for the bits, Dola Honk. I feel like it came out of nowhere, and I feel like probably I'm missing some sort of ulterior motive. What's the emote for 5k bits? Oh, yeah, there's the ulterior motive to get the emotes. Do I have the emote for 5k up? They're Doros. I can show you the ones that I have up. It's the Doros I've got. I've got the Frog Doro, and then I have the Raven Doro, and then I have the Raven Frog Doro. I am the only one with all of them. So far. So far. Me and Annie, and that's it, because Annie made them. Look, it's me. It's me. It's the only emotes I have that have me. I would like to get little chibi ravens at some point for a couple of emotes. Like maybe a dance or something. I don't know. 10k? There is no 10k because no one's gotten the 5k yet. Or is it the other way? I don't know. Oh, it is the 10k one. Okay. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't pay attention. But yeah. There's the Doros. It's Frog. It's singing Frog time. It's Herbert's time. And then after this, he faces the wall because he's been creeping too much. Nah, he's not Frog. He's just Frog. Fripug? No, he's not Fripug. There we go. I'll grab you for the triangle face. quiet. Oh, there you go. And there was Herbert. And he goes into his little timeout because he is a creepy little cult leader. I know you guys love him. I can't confirm or deny how I feel about the little pervert. Jury's out. Humming time, though. What the heck? Why? Why? I like the little derpy face, but why? Why the violence? Okay. What do we got? What do we got? Alright, and alright. You can guess what that little tappy sound is. It's Kalimba time. Voice cracks for emphasis. Today's day I can't fall asleep and Raven voice helps a lot. Aww. Well then I hope you suddenly stop talking soon, aka I hope you fall asleep. I really hope. It is very important to get your rest. So I hope oh my goodness. I hope you do fall asleep. Kalimba. Doing lots of redeems. I like it. Then we'll get back to our story. This is the last one, but I will run an ad just in case because we're down to 30 minutes. I don't want to forget. But okay, Columbus time. Well, I did that mostly good, but we're gonna try again. That went well. The second time went really well. I did very good. I'm very pleased. I'm very pleased with myself. Okay. And now to go the fuck to bed. And again. I'm doing so much better. Do you remember when I first got the kalimba and I was so stumbly? I still stumble, but that was so much better than when I started my kalimba journey. Oh my goodness. I could start learning new songs soon, probably. I could probably benefit to do that. I have like 4 songs here, and another couple that I don't really do because they're kind of a specific theme. Well, Ode to Joy isn't so bad, but it looks looks a lot less manageable inside this book. Mm. Still better than I have done. There, you got an extra little song. I don't pull out ode to joy nearly enough for me to be smooth with it, but it also is like, I don't like the way it's written here as much as I like it the way I've handwritten it. But it does actually tell you how the tempo is supposed to be. But hey, I write mine knowing what the song's supposed to sound like, so whatever. Okay, there was your kalimba. We have done the redeems that we were supposed to do, and now I'm gonna have to run and add. I know, I'm so sorry. But then, oh no. Then we will begin again with the story. Do you like the little bongos, Pandy? Every time I see, there's a story behind the bongos, the headpad, and the cozy, comfy frog. They were all made by somebody else. And I'm going to go ahead and run the ad and tell you about it. Because you have them. And the people that don't have them, don't worry about it. Here's an ad coming in. He said that they were made by somebody else, really. But, it was supposed to be a gift that Death Noah had got. And they took a really long time. And when we got them, I was like, they're adorable, but they are a little... they're not quite the same vibe, are they? And I can see with the bongos why that one was so difficult. Because it's like, how do I do the little just reaching up over the top with the hands? Because the hands are so hot. I probably would have done it the same way. And it would look similarly goofy. But and then we get to the head pat and the comfy, and there is still a little bit of a different vibe to them from the other ones, but they are still so cute. But yeah, this particular font of Frog is a little bit blink one eye and then the other more than the other ones are. Just extra derp. They're cute. I'm very glad I have them. They are lovely. Thanks again, Death Noah. Almost 10 months. I know, it's crazy. Can you believe I've been streaming for a year? Okay, I need to stop screaming. This is sort of supposed to be ASMR, damn it. Alright. We go back to our story. The Enchanted Horse. I did not copy paste that. Why did I scroll? Why was I just a dum-dum? I probably lost my place, god damn it. Okay, no, it's not that. Okay. I can do this. And I've been here since day one. You little shit. Some of them firsts, you little guys. Okay. Madam, I have to go back. You can always take what you please, but I have to go, and I will come back. Okay, I think that's where we are at. Take what you okay. There. And then I will write the title out again. I messed up. Oh, well, that's not how you type. Okay. Of course. Every time. There. Bam. And it is reading time. So let's go. So there was this dude. He's from India. He has this weird horse. It's not really a horse. It's a wooden horse, question mark. It certainly has screws and wooden pegs in its neck and behind its ears, so it's probably wooden. It seems to fly. It also seems to move, like gallop or walk like a horse for the most part, maybe. Oh my goodness, sorry. So probably a regular horse abilities for the most part, but it fly if you turn the screw. And it'll take you wherever you want because it flies. But there's a very specific second screw to get it to go back down. Very hot air balloon type stuffs. So, fine. I think it was also your first sub, if not Cage. I can't remember, but it was during a little like 3-minute test stream to check stuff out. Oh, that is cute, was it? I couldn't remember. My memory's just like that. Was it? That would be so cute. Aww. A little test stream where I wasn't doing shit. Probably would have got freaked out by that. Oh my goodness. Okay, but story. Oh, bonked everyone off when you first stumbled in. Oh no. I don't remember because I have bad memory. You'll have to tell me. But so magic horsey thing. He shows up at a king's place, is like, hey, check out my horse. Very clearly trying to sell it. And he says that he could not sell it for anything less than the hand of the princess. Fuck off. You don't get to have my wife, or have my daughter, my sister, as a wife, just because magic thing. But also, they didn't word it as, have the hand of this person. He was like, can I just has your daughter? Like she's an object. So that's ickier. Thankfully, though the king was all, ooh, magic horse, and very enraptured by it, the prince was like, Dad, what the fuck? You can't just sell my sister. King says, well, how about you just look at it? You go see how pretty and cool this horse is. And the king was trying to get him to say, like, oh yeah, Dad, that is really cool. It is worth a person. But no. Instead, Prince sees it, tries it out, didn't properly listen to instructions, kind of got lost, and landed on a princess's house. Eventually talked to Princess. She's very pretty. She thinks he's pretty. They're gonna get married. They really like each other. Oh, they're both pretty. And so, they're gonna do that. And then, brain... I saw the message, but I'm not reading it because I'm distracted. But I am fighting my brain to not go look at it right now. I'm looking up at this guy very, very, very purposefully. He's on the princess's house. He says hi to the princess. They like each other. Woohoo! Then, not my like they woohooed, but they like each other. And then the princess is like, well, how about you go meet my dad? Now that you've told me the story of the horse, go meet my dad. And maybe you could marry me. And the prince is like, ooh, yeah, but I should go home. My dad's probably worried, but also, I'm not going to go meet your dad without, like, a whole entourage. He's going to think I'm just some dude. I got to prove myself. I am a prince. I am important. And so then, it was very good little end there. We're about to see what she says in response. Yeah, you got affiliate partner, whatever it is. It means not partner, but like the beginning to not yet partner. I'm still not properly. I'm only affiliate. It means little. It means kinda. It doesn't mean official. It's supposed to be like the in training, but it's been a long time that I've been in training. Anyway, went online to check something with that. Then Cage and one other person were all immediately there, and at least me and Cage subbed. Because I was still learning how to do stuff and I wanted to try something out. No, I do kind of remember that because it's why I don't do test stream things anymore. I'm like, hey, what the heck? They're here. Why are they here? You're not supposed to be here. Oh, that was sweet. Thanks again, you guys. You love this suspicious lake? Why are you calling it suspicious? Is it because I'm suspicious? I did just say, wah, and got suspicious. So maybe because I am. Anyway. The Enchanted Horse? No, but thank you guys for your loves. I appreciate it. You were waiting for that first badge opportunity. Aww. Well, thank you guys. Okay. I mean, there's nuke frogs and a talking deer lady. Hey! I'm a hoof lady. It's not that I'm a deer that talks. We've been over this, goose. with the name Raven. Yeah, whatever. Okay. The horse story, right? Oh, eek. Okay. The horse, though. So what's the princess gonna say to this? The Princess of Bengal was too reasonable not to accept the explanation offered by Prince Firuz Shah. But she was much disturbed at his intention of departing at once, so she feared that no sooner had he left her than the impression she had made on him would fade away. Oh, honey. No, he won't forget you. Probably. We'll find out. So she made one more effort to keep him, and after assuring him that she entirely approved of his anxiety to see his father, begged him to give her a day or two more of his company. In common politeness, the prince could hardly refuse this request, and the princess set about inventing every kind of amusement for him, and succeeded so well that 2 months slipped by almost unnoticed, in balls, spectacles, and in hunting, of which, when unattended by danger, the princess was passionately fond. But at last, one day, he declared seriously that he could neglect his duty no longer, and entreated her to put no further obstacles in his way, promising at the same time to return as soon as he could, with all the magnificence due both to her and to himself. So I like that there's a little thing that she enjoyed hunting too, when unattended by danger. So, like, when it's maybe when there's less game or when there's lots of guards around, she's fully on board for hunting. I don't know, but that's cool. We don't hear that a bunch in these stories. But he said he really had to go, and he will come back. Which, you let 2 months go by? It is a lot of time. Your father definitely thinks you're dead. After like a week, dude. 1 day and he's really worried about it. 2 months. They are certain you're dead. That was a lot. Why is it always this way? You just gotta go, hey, look, I will be back as soon as I can. Give me something to remember you by that I have to return, and I will return it. That's all you have to do. Don't make me stay here 2 months. This is a problem. But, okay. This is what they did. So he's gonna go. Princess, he added, it may be that in your heart you class me with those false lovers whose devotion cannot stand the test of absence. If you do, you wrong me. And were it not for fear of offending you, I would beseech you to come with me. For my life can only be happy when passed with you. As for your reception at the Persian court, it would be as warm as your merits deserve. And as for what concerns the King of Bengal, he must be much more indifferent to your welfare than you have led me to believe if he does not give his consent to our marriage. The princess could not find words in which to reply to the arguments of the Prince of Persia, but her silence and her downcast eyes spoke for her, and declared that she had no objection to accompanying him on his travels. The only difficulty that occurred to her was that Prince Firuz Shah did not know how to manage the horse. She's like, well, I'd love to go, but I think he might get us killed. Oh, sorry. And she dreaded lest they might find themselves in the same plight as before. But the prince soothed her fears so successfully that she soon had no other thought than to arrange for their flight so secretly that no one in the palace should suspect it. Well, God damn it. Does anybody in the palace, after 2 months, even know that there's a horse on the roof? I wonder. This was done, and early the following morning, when the whole palace was wrapped in sleep, she stole up on the roof, where the prince was already waiting for her, with his horse's head towards Persia. He mounted first and helped the princess up behind. Then, when she was firmly seated, with her hands holding tightly to his belt, he touched the screw, and the horse began to leave the earth quickly behind him. He traveled with his accustomed speed, and Prince Firuz Shah guided him so well that in 2 hours and a half from the time of starting, he saw the capital of Persia lying beneath him. Oh, so it's just a 2.5 hour flight away. I wonder if someone could could tell me if that's literally how long an airplane flight between those two are. That would be cool. Okay, he determined to alight neither in the great square from which he had started, nor in the Sultan's palace, but in a country house at a little distance from the town. Here he showed the princess a beautiful suite of rooms. Hi, DJ! Welcome in. Showed her to a beautiful suite of rooms and begged her to rest while he informed his father of their arrival and prepared a public reception worthy of her rank. Then he ordered a horse to be saddled and set out. All the way through the streets he was welcomed with shouts of joy by the people who had long lost all hope of seeing him again. On reaching the palace, he found the Sultan surrounded by his ministers, all clad in the deepest mourning. How long have they been mourning? When did they decide? Yeah, he did. Like when? Anyway, and his father almost went out of his mind with surprise and delight at the mere sound of his son's voice. When he had calmed down a little, he begged the prince to relate his adventures. I gotta just call something out that I'm just realizing they're doing all this mourning. They're all so sad that the prince is dead, but like they don't know he's dead. They just assume. So like, where in the time when they were all really sad, like, oh, he's gone, did the princess kind of pipe up and be like, and yet all this that you're all upset about, and yet you were so happy to just give me away to horsemen? What the heck? You care so much that my brother's gone, but I could just be traded for a horse. Cool, thanks, Dad. Jeez. Really, what I mean is, why is she not listed here as also mourning and stuff? It feels like it's a little bit like she's like, I do not care about this family because this family doesn't care about me. But I imagine she is probably pretty sad for her brother too, who, he stood up for her. So that, or does she even know that he stood up for her? Maybe he left before anybody told her about that. Jeez. Anyway, okay, so they're all mourning, and his father went almost out of his mind when he heard him. When he had calmed down a little, he begged the prince to relate his misadventures. Y'all do not need to nitpick over who was first there. But okay. Alright. The prince at once seized the opening thus given him and told the whole story of his treatment by the Princess Bengal. Not even concealing the fact that she had fallen in love with him. And sire, ended the prince, having given my royal word that you would not refuse your consent to our marriage, I persuaded her to return with me on the Indian's horse. I have left her in one of your Majesty's country houses. Jeez, why am I not reading right? Where she is waiting anxiously to be assured that I have not promised in vain. As he said this, the prince was about to throw himself at the feet of the Sultan, but his father prevented him, and embracing him again, said eagerly, My son, not only do I gladly consent to your marriage with the Princess of Bengal, but I hasten to pay my respects to her, and to thank her in my own person for the benefits she has conferred on you. I will then bring her back with me, and make all arrangements for the wedding day to be celebrated today. So the Sultan gave orders that the habits of mourning were worn by the people should be thrown off, and that there should be a concert of drums, trumpets, and cymbals. Also, that the Indian should be taken from prison and brought before him. Ooh, what are we going to do with him? I've been very curious. Oh, fat, maybe, yeah. Okay. His commands were obeyed, and the Indian was led into his presence, surrounded by guards. I have kept you locked up, said the Sultan, so that in case my son was lost, your life should pay the penalty. He is now returned, so take your horse and be gone forever. I'm glad they said, get the fuck out of here, horse. I'm glad they're just like, no, just enough of that. Just get out. Glad we're not trading a daughter for it. Thank you. The Indian hastily quitted the presence of the Sultan, and when he was outside, he inquired of the man who had taken him out of prison where the prince had really been all this time, and what he had been doing. None of beeswax, but okay. They told him the whole story, and how the Princess of Bengal was even awaiting in the country palace the consent of the Sultan, which at once put into the Indian's head, oh, God damn it, I was getting nervous about this. We were spending too much time talking about him. He wasn't just gonna go away. Oh, boy. Put into his head a plan of revenge for the treatment he had experienced. Going straight to the country house, he informed the doorkeeper who was left in charge that he had been sent by the Sultan and by the Prince of Persia to fetch the princess on the Enchanted Horse and to bring her to the palace. The doorkeeper knew the Indian by sight and was of course aware that nearly 3 months before he had been thrown into prison by the Sultan, and seeing him at liberty, the man took for granted that he was speaking the truth, and made no difficulty about leading him before the Princess of Bengal. While on her side, hearing that he had come from the prince, the lady gladly consented to do what he wished. God damn it! The Indian, delighted with the success of his scheme, mounted the horse, assisted the princess to mount behind him, and turned the peg at the very moment that the prince was leaving the palace in Shiraz for the country house, followed closely by the Sultan and all the court. Knowing this, the Indian deliberately steered the horse right above the city in order to... He's just gonna just shove it in their face. Oh my gosh. You weren't sick and could breathe and talk. You wish you were. I misread that in my brain. You're okay. It's gonna be okay. You don't have to put any effort in over here, DJ. I do wish that you could breathe easier, and if your voice is bugging you, if that's what you mean by talk, I hope you can do that. But I've understood this as you wish that you could talk more. You just rest. It's okay, DJ. Be cozy, and maybe get giggles, but please take care. Yes, cat hug. How are you and the bunnies? Very, very good question. How is bunnies? How is bunnies indeed? Okay, I'm focused. The Indian is being a little shit, and he's gonna taunt them with, hey, na boo boo, I have your princess. So knowing this, the Indian deliberately steered the horse right above the city in order that his revenge for his unjust imprisonment might be all the quicker and sweeter. Lovely. Had to work today and had a meeting, but I couldn't talk, so I had to write everything on the board. Well, we love to see accommodations, but, oh no, I'm sorry. I hope you can get lots of rest. Please get lots of hydration. It will help. And lots of sleeps. Okay? Cat hugs as Cage has done. I can quickly. I've already interrupted story. I will do. Wait, why is not doing? Oh, cause yeah, there we go. There's all hugs. You've been hugged. Okay. When the Sultan of Persia saw the horse and its riders, he stopped short with astonishment and horror and broke out into oaths and curses, which the Indian heard quite unmoved, knowing that he was perfectly safe from pursuit. But mortified and furious as the Sultan was, his feelings were nothing to those of Prince Firouz Shah when he saw the object of his passionate devotion being borne rapidly away, and while he was struck speechless with grief and remorse at not having guarded her better, she vanished swiftly out of his sight. What was he to do? Should he follow his father into the palace, and there give reins to his despair? Both his love and his courage alike forbade it, and he continued his way to the palace. The sight of the prince showed the doorkeeper of what folly he had been guilty, and flinging himself at his master's feet, implored his pardon. "Rise," said the prince. "I am the cause of this misfortune, not you. Go and find me the dress of a dervish, but beware of saying it is for me." Okay, so we've got some plans. DJ, no, sorry for inconvenience. What do you mean? I'm just usually very slow with typing. No, it's not inconvenience. I was just slow. I'm not very speedy. You got to have more hugs and have lots of rests. Okay. No. The prince has a plan. Clearly, he has a plan to pretend to be a dervish and is going to go do some sort of sneaky stuff. So he's not giving up. He's not giving up. Good. At a short distance from the country house, a convent of dervishes was situated, and the superior, or sheikh, was the doorkeeper's friend. So by means of a false story made up on the spur of the moment, it was easy enough to get a hold of a dervish's dress, which the prince at once put on instead of his own. Disguised like this, and concealing about him a box of pearls and diamonds he had intended as a present for the princess, he left the house at nightfall, uncertain of where he should go, but firmly resolved not to return without her. Hell yeah. Where was I? How did I lose myself? At a short distance from the country house. No. Meanwhile, the Indian had turned the horse in such a direction that before many hours had passed, it had entered a wood close to the capital of the kingdom of Kashmir. Feeling very hungry, and supposing that the princess also might be in want of food, he brought his steed down to earth and left the princess in a shady place on the banks of a clear stream. She has to know that she is not going home. She's got to be freaked out at this point, right? Oh, yes, exactly. Look at me, I'm getting ahead of the story. At first, when the princess had found herself alone, the idea had occurred to her of trying to escape and hide herself. But as she had eaten scarcely anything since she had left Bengal, she felt she was too weak to venture far, and was obliged to abandon her design. On the return of the Indian with meats of various kinds, she began to eat voraciously, and soon had regained sufficient courage to reply with spirit to his insolent remarks. Goaded by his threats, she sprang to her feet, calling loudly for help, and luckily her cries were heard by a troop of horsemen, who rode up to inquire what was the matter. Now the leader of these horsemen was the Sultan of Kashmir, returning from the chase, and he instantly turned to the Indian to inquire who he was, and whom he had with him. The Indian rudely answered that it was his wife, and there was no occasion for anyone else to interfere between them. The princess, who of course was ignorant of the rank of her deliverer, denied altogether the Indian's story. "My lord," she cried, "whoever you may be, put no faith in this impostor. He is an abominable magician, who has this day torn me from the Prince of Persia, my destined husband, and has brought me here on his enchanted horse." She would have continued, but her tears choked her, and the Sultan of Kashmir, convinced by her beauty and her distinguished air of the truth of her tale, ordered his followers to cut off the Indian's head, which was done immediately. Imagine if this had been not the truth, and they just killed this guy because a pretty girl started crying. God damn it. But it was true. So this is why maybe we shouldn't be just cutting off people's heads, but glad that they listened to this woman that was kidnapped. All right. Kashmir with a C. Kashmir. Like the sweaters. Very soft. Yes. So she has been saved. But rescued though she was from one peril. Oh no, don't start a sentence like that. It seemed as if she had only fallen into another. God damn it. The Sultan commanded a horse to be given her, and conducted her to his own palace, where he led her to a beautiful apartment, and selected female slaves to wait on her, and eunuchs to be her guard. Then, without allowing her time to thank him for all he had done, he bade her repose, saying she should tell him her adventures on the following day. I am very concerned that this is a new kind of kidnap. I was gonna say, like, oh yeah, we have a third country so that all these countries can now be better friends. And oh no, now the Kashmir person has possibly ruined this. What have you done, Sultan? Are you kidnapping her? But okay. Tell me all the following adventures the next day. The princess fell asleep, flattering herself that she had only to relate her story to the Sultan to be touched by compassion and to restore her to the prince without delay. But a few hours were to undeceive her. When the King of Kashmir had quitted her presence the evening before, he had resolved that the sun should not set again without the princess. The sun should not set again without the princess becoming his wife. Yay! Fuck. And at daybreak, proclamation of his intention was made throughout the town, by the sound of drums, trumpets, cymbals, and other instruments calculated to fill the heart with joy. The Princess of Bengal was early awakened by the noise, but she did not for one moment imagine that it had anything to do with her, till the Sultan, arriving as soon as she was dressed to inquire about her health, informed her that the trumpet blasts she heard were part of the solemn marriage ceremonies, for which he begged her to prepare. This unexpected announcement caused the princess such terror that she sank down into a dead faint. Kind of a sign to maybe not be asking her to do that, Mr. Sultan Man. So are you going to tell me that you're going to, not? I sure hope you're going to say that. The slaves that were... Random question, is there a fan in the background? No, it's my computer being loud. This is why we can't play games on my computer. This is why I have a laptop on my throat. Oops, sorry. Thought I was going crazy. No, you're okay. I do try to not let you guys hear it too much, but here's proof. I'm going to spin the mic towards the computer. Versus the sound over here, where you can hear the keyboard, but it's not as loud. Yeah, it's the computer. Yeah, it's running a lot of stuff right now. Okay, you tell me who and how. Maybe I will, but I don't know what to do. Okay, I'm just a hoof lady in the forest. Okay. All right. She's kinda, long, kinda. Okay. The princess fainted. She said, "Oh fuck, I gotta marry this guy instead. Damn it! I quit." Body said, "Nope, I quit." The slaves that were waiting ran to her aid, and the Sultan himself did his best to bring her back to consciousness, but for a long while it was all to no purpose. At length her senses began to slowly come back to her, and then, rather than break faith with the Prince of Persia by consenting to such a marriage, she determined to feign madness. So she pretended to go crazy. What fun! So she began by saying all sorts of absurdities and using all kinds of strange gestures, while the Sultan stood watching her with sorrow and surprise. But as this sudden seizure showed no sign of abating, he left her to her women, ordering them to take the greatest care of her. Still, as the day went on, the malady seemed to become worse, and by night it was almost violent. Days passed in this manner, till at last the Sultan of Kashmir decided to summon all the doctors of his court to consult together over her sad state. Their answer was that madness is of so many different kinds that it was impossible to give an opinion on the case without seeing the princess. So the Sultan gave orders that they were to be introduced to her chamber one by one, every man according to his rank. I get the feeling that we're gonna end up with our Prince Firouz Shah finally meeting his princess, who... She doesn't have a name, does she? God damn it. None of the women have names. Except for that one, Amina. And that was it. He's gonna end up showing up as a religious man, a dervish, and being like, oh, maybe I can help heal her with religiousness, later, when nobody else does it. So I'm excited. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. So hopefully he can get her out of there. I like that she's fighting back. She's doing what she can to make sure this shit does not happen. But okay. So In comes the people who think that they can help her. This decision had been foreseen by the princess, who knew quite well that if once she allowed the physicians to feel her pulse, the most ignorant of them would discover that she was in perfectly good health. I'm sorry, you have to have high blood pressure to be crazy? What do you mean? That her pulse would give her away, but okay. And that her madness was feigned. So as each man approached, she broke out into such violent paroxysms that not one dared to lay a finger on her. A few, who pretended to be cleverer than the rest, declared that they could diagnose sick people only from sight, ordered her certain potions, which she made no difficulty about taking, as she was persuaded they were all harmless. Yeah, just give her random stuff from people that pretend to be smart. That's great. When the Sultan of Kashmir saw that the court doctors could do nothing towards curing the princess, he called in those of the city, who fared no better. Then he had recourse to the most celebrated physicians in other large towns, but finding that the task was beyond their science, he finally sent messengers into the other neighboring states, with a memorandum containing full particulars of the princess's madness, offering at the same time to pay the expenses of any physician who would come and see for himself, and a handsome reward to the one who should cure her. In answer to this proclamation, many foreign professors flocked into Kashmir, but they naturally were not more successful than the rest had been, as the cure depended neither on them nor their skill, but only on the princess herself. All right. I am wondering, though, how long has she been faking this as all of this is happening? How long has it been? How long has she been pretending to be crazy? It's a lot of effort. Is she able to rest when she's alone with the women? How? Good luck, lady. Anyways, it was during this time that Prince Firouz Shah, wandering sadly and hopelessly from place to place, arrived in a large city of India, where he heard a great deal of talk about the Princess of Bengal, who had gone out of her senses, on the very day that she was to have married the Sultan of Kashmir. This was quite enough to induce him to take the road to Kashmir, and to inquire at the first inn at which he lodged in the capital the full particulars of the story. When he knew that he had at last found the princess whom he had so long lost, he set about devising a plan for her rescue. The first thing he did was to procure a doctor's robe, so that his dress, added to the long beard he could allow to grow on his travels, might unmistakably proclaim his profession. Okay, so he's no longer going to be a dervish, and he has been so long that he's grown a solid beard, a very doctorly, convincing beard. So it's been a little bit. Or he grows a very quick beard, I don't know. He then lost no time in going to the palace, where he obtained an audience of the chief usher, and while apologizing for his boldness in presuming to think that he could cure the princess, where so many others had failed, declared that he had the secret of certain remedies, which had hitherto never failed of their effect. The chief usher assured him that he was heartily welcome, and that the Sultan would receive him with pleasure, and in case of success he would gain a magnificent reward. When the Prince of Persia, in the disguise of a physician, was brought before him, the Sultan wasted no time in talking, beyond remarking that the mere sight of a doctor threw the princess into transports of rage. He then led the princess up to a room under the roof, which had an opening through which he might observe the princess without himself being seen. Stop trying to start fights, you guys. Stop fighting. Shit. He's not coward. It's just not want fight. Why are you angry, little guy? Why you do that? Why you do that? Okay. The prince looked and beheld the princess reclining on a sofa with tears in her eyes, singing softly to herself a song bewailing her sad destiny, which had deprived her, perhaps forever, of being she so tenderly loved. The young man's heart beat fast as he listened, for he needed no further proof that her madness was feigned, and that it was love of him which had caused her heart to resort to this species of trick. He softly left his hiding place and returned to the Sultan, to whom he reported that he was sure from certain signs that the princess's malady was not incurable, but that he must see her and speak with her alone. Well, I wonder why. Hi, Tetra. The Sultan made no difficulty in consenting to this, and commanded that he should be ushered into the princess's apartment. The moment she caught sight of the physician's robe, she sprang from her seat in a fury and heaped insults upon him. The prince took no notice of her behavior, and approaching quite close so that his words might be heard by her alone, he said in a low whisper, "Look at me, princess, and you will see that I am no doctor, but the prince of Persia, who has come to set you free." At the sound of his voice, the princess of Bengal suddenly grew calm, and an expression of joy overspread her face, such as only comes when what we wish for most and expect the least suddenly happens for us. For some time she was too enchanted to speak, and Prince Firouz Shah took advantage of her silence to explain to her all that had occurred, his despair at watching her disappear before his very eyes, the oath he had sworn to follow her all over the world, and his rapture at finally discovering her in the palace at Kashmir. Oh, your brain is goo. I hope you can have a good rest now. There will not be a test on this story. Probably not. Ooh, okay. Well, good luck with your computers. We were just talking about how I do not know how to properly take care of my computer, baby. It probably needs some help. It is have a very loud fan. Oops. But yeah, now it's time for you to not worry. It's okay. When he had finished, he begged in his turn that the princess would tell him how she had come there, so that he might the better devise some means of rescuing her from the tyranny of the Sultan. Aw, I tucked in for bed. I'm just gonna leave these and try to lay down. I'm not quite that tired yet, but still gonna try. Okay. Well then, I'll make sure to start with your redeems first, the keys and the page flipping, when we get to the end. And it is very soon. I can see the end of it now that I've scrolled. Okay, so how shall we rescue you from the Sultan? How did you get to here? He asks. Accidental bonked. Well, that's one way to get gone to bed. But you're tucked in now, as was DJ's job. You don't have to be on the clock, DJ, but thank you for doing the tucks. Okay. It needed but a few words from the princess to make him acquainted with the whole situation, and how she had been forced to play the part of a mad woman in order to escape from a marriage with a sultan who had not had sufficient politeness even to ask her consent. If necessary, she added, she had resolved to die sooner than permit herself to be forced into such a union and break faith with a prince whom she loved. The prince then inquired if she knew what had become of the enchanted horse since the Indian's death, but the princess could only reply that she had heard nothing about it. That would probably be very useful right now if we knew where that thing went, but okay. Still, she did not suppose that the horse could have been forgotten by the Sultan. After all, she had told him of its value. Ooh, okay, so they didn't just lock it up or let it go somewhere. They probably have it tucked away, locked up somewhere. To this the prince agreed, and they consulted together over a plan by which she might be able to make her escape and return with him to Persia. And as the first step, she was to dress herself with care and receive the Sultan with civility when he visited her next morning. Is it too late for you to be drinking coffee? Well, I don't know, but probably, yeah. Just to guess that maybe. And, okay, Tetra, there definitely won't be a test. I just mean that sometimes I forget, and I sometimes ask people to help me remember where we were or something. I usually do summaries as much as I can, though, too, so I cover as much as I can to make sure you guys don't have to guide me through the story again. Okay, so be nice when he comes to visit again. The Sultan was transported with delight on hearing the result of the interview, and his opinion of the doctor's skill was raised still higher when, on the following day, the princess behaved towards him in such a way as to persuade him that her complete cure would not be long delayed. However, he contented himself with assuring her how happy he was to see her health so much improved, and exhorted her to make every use of so clever a physician, and to repose entire confidence in him. Then he retired, without awaiting any reply from the princess. The Prince of Persia left the room at the same time, and asked if he might be allowed humbly to inquire by what means the Princess of Bengal had reached Kashmir, which was so far distant from her father's kingdom, and how she came to be there alone. The Sultan thought the question very natural, and told him the same story that the Princess of Bengal had done, adding that he had ordered the enchanted horse to be taken to his treasury as a curiosity, though he was quite ignorant how it could be used. Oh, so he doesn't know how it's used, but he does know that it is valuable. Sire, replied the physician, aka Prince of Persia, I guess. Your Highness's tale has supplied me with the clue I needed to complete the recovery for the princess. During her voyage hither on an enchanted horse, a portion of its enchantment has by some means been communicated to her person. I knew that's how this was going to go. And it can only be dissipated by certain perfumes which I must possess the secret. If your Highness will deign to consent and to give the court and the people one of the most astonishing spectacles they have ever witnessed, command the horse to be brought into the big square outside the palace, and leave the rest to me. I promise that in a very few moments, in presence of all the assembled multitude, you shall see the princess as healthy both in mind and body as ever she was in her life. And in order to make the spectacle as impressive as possible, I should suggest that she be richly dressed and covered with the most noblest jewels of the crown. You're gonna make sure you lose some of your fancy shit when you do this bullshit. We're gonna take the princess away, and you're gonna lose all your fancy jewels because she's gonna take them away, because that's what you deserve for trying to force her to. Okay. The Sultan readily agreed to all that the prince proposed, and the following morning he desired that the enchanted horse should be taken from the treasury and brought into the great square of the palace. Soon the rumor began to spread through the town that something extraordinary was about to happen, and such a crowd began to collect that the guards had to be called out to keep order and to make a way for the enchanted horse. Too many people! When all was ready, the Sultan appeared and took his place on a platform, surrounded by the chief nobles and officers of his court. When they were seated, the Princess of Bengal was seen leaving the palace, accompanied by the ladies who had been assigned to her by the Sultan. She slowly approached the enchanted horse, and with the help of her ladies, she mounted on its back. Directly she was in the saddle with her feet in the stirrups and the bridle in her hand, the physician placed around the horse some large braziers full of burning coals, into each of which he threw a perfume composed of all sorts of delicious scents. Then he crossed his hands over his breast, and with lowered eyes walked 3 times round the horse, muttering the while certain words. Soon there arose from the burning braziers a thick smoke which almost concealed both the horse and princess, and this was the moment for which he had been waiting. Springing lightly up behind the lady, he leaned forward and turned the peg, and as the horse darted up into the air, he cried aloud so that his words were heard by all present. "Sultan of Kashmir, when you wish to marry princesses who have sought your protection, learn first to gain their consent." Consent, you shitbag. I like this guy. He's like, consent. That's his message. Consent. Both for his sister and for his soon-to-be wife. He's like, motherfuckers, get consent. Damn you. I will tip Raven according how good of a job she is doing. 1 bit. Don't spend it all in one place. Thank you. I won't. I'll make sure to put it everywhere. I don't know how I'll spread that penny around, but I will. Thank you, Del. You get 1 money frog. There you go. Nobody else give a money frog, just the one. You should go better, Dawn. You should go eat. But okay, we have 1 more paragraph and the story is done. No, Frigid. He was saying, hey, Dad, you should You should not be selling her away to this guy. You should be getting her consent to a marriage before you can like say that that trade is worth. Like, that's what I meant. You know what I meant. You shuckwad. Okay. It was in this way that the Prince of Persia rescued the Princess of Bengal and returned with her to Persia, where they descended this time before the palace of the king himself. The marriage was only delayed just long enough to make the ceremony as brilliant as possible, and as soon as the rejoicings were over, an ambassador was sent to the king of Bengal to inform him of what had passed, because he's probably also freaking out. Geez, both cases, these kings are like, what the hell happened to my kid? But okay, they've eventually both been informed. And to ask his approbation of the alliance between the two countries, which he heartily gave. So, yay, happy ending. The kings consented, the wife consented, the groom consented, the sister was not sold for a horse. It was lovely. I'm sorry, the sister was not sold for a horse is unfortunately very funny right this second because of how real it was then. Oh, well, we're good. Or maybe things aren't actually funny, it's just the smoke I'm starting to smell. One of these fraus got some silly grass. I don't need to be smelling that right now. I don't need to be breathing that right now. I consent even though I don't know what's going on. Well, that is not conformed consent, and that is concerning, and that is not proper consent. So, illegal. Bonk. No. But alright. The end of that story. Stinkies. Okay. The next one has a very long title, but it is the last story of the book. You get consent. You get consent. Everyone here gets consent. Well, that is interesting, Bridget. Okay. The story of two sisters who were jealous of their younger sister. Hell of a title. I gotta ask though, are these women going to get names? Because if it's just a bunch of sisters, that's gonna get confusing if they're all just unnamed women again. I would appreciate if they have names very much. It doesn't look like they do. At least not at the start. Damn it. Oh god. Okay. We have keys. We have page flipping. And then we'll do the card dealing and scissor snips and sniffs. Oh, I might not be on board for sniffs right this minute. With the stinkies. But, okay, keys and page flipping most certainly, as Turt is hopefully falling asleep. So let's get keys going. Let's go. Alright. There we go. Where are you, little jingly guys? You got tucked behind the brush. Alright. There was your keys. Good night, DJ. Eat well. Take care. hope you get lots of rest and you feel better soon. I really hope so. Next is page flipping. Let's do that. Oh, it's under that thing and then that. Okay. Loud. Here we go. Nice page flipping. You tucked yourself in. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Eat well, take care. Here we are with our first book. Here we go. And the bigger book. And there was page flipping. There you go. Alright. I am so not doing sniffles right now until I get something else in my nose. I don't want the stinkies. Book is an inanimate object. It's okay. Let's get the candle. Oh my goodness. Yankees? Oh, this is better. This is much better. It's intense, but it is better. Okay, we can do sniffers with this. Ooh. I will do card dealing and scissor snips after this sniffers into my candle. Alright, here we go. Sniffers. Here we go. There we go. There was the sniffers. Okay. No, I'm gonna keep that unsheathed nearby. Your brains? No problem, that boy blazing. It be smelling like there be somebody blazing somewhere in this freaking lake. Grr. Stinky. Okay. Cardelia and scissor snips. Yes, yes, yes. Let's do scissor snips. Scissor snips? Sure. And then the cards. Tee, you say tee. Is that you? No, none of you have made it to the lake. Which one of my frauds is doing this? Okay. Ah, it is you. Ah, damn it. Okay. Well, I would ask in the future to be considerate of the stinkies for other people. Thank you. But all right, scissor snips now. Yes, Tetra. They be blazing. Okay, here we go. There was a scissor snips. There we go. Oh, I thank you, Fat Boy. I will say though, I can sometimes get headaches from the smoke, and so I'm a little bit nervous about that. We have a long story still to go, and I still got card dealing right now. So I'm very nervous that I'm going to be not very pleasant. But oh, is it Herbert time? You haven't redeemed a Herbert. I'm a little bit nervous that it's gonna be no fun soon, but whether I'm streaming or not, I'm still gonna have the stinkies here, so that's not great. Is Cage? I'm gonna write him a side station. It's not Cage. Is it Cage? It's out of stock. Oh, there's no more Herberts? Is that... What? Is Herbert dead? No. Herbert has a limit? Did I put a limit on Herberts? How? Oh gosh, that one. I'm gonna taste that one. Yeah, I know you. I know, Frigid. You are one of the lawyers. Mask is not here right now, but Gam, can I inquire for you to do a different redeem, because rage puffing also takes me making a lot of big inhales and stuffs. I would like to not. From my experience of partaking, an air purifier kills the smell. Yeah, that would be nice. I don't have one of those. I will do card dealing right now. And if Gam, you change your mind for what, I will refund the rage puffing for that. I'm sure I was trying to let you rage about the smell. As much as I will, I think it's a just let me naturally rage, because I tend to do a lot of big breaths. For those, I will refund. But thank you. You will get a natural rage pout from Raven instead. Where I just kind of complain. But alright, I'm gonna move the mic. Gonna move the mic and point it to the cards. So I'm muting for a second while I do that. All right. You're Herbert. I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know how he's like stopped. I really don't know. Okay. Anyway, muting, moving. Frigid. I think we know he has the experience. The name says it all. It's not illegal in the lake. It's not illegal. It's just, please be more considerate. That's all. Okay, here we go. Yeah, cheese it. Cheese it. Scatter. Okay. Okay. I take it back. Hold on. Okay, moving right back. Hold on. Okay, we are back. Maybe I need to look into that. These monies, but that would be helpful. I mean, especially since we also get skunk attacks. It would be helpful. Are you mining with a forged badge and impersonating an officer? Step out of the car, sir. Stop! Frigid. I'm not resisting. I'm just a fat guy on the internet. You're good, buddy. You're good here. Don't worry about him. He's just a bit of a mess. It's just frigid. He does frigid things. Don't worry about it. You go ahead and stay. You're driving. You're not gonna get out of the car, Don. Weird, my badge seems to work. Yeah, look at that. Very effective little badge. Very proper. Lights up as green right now, though, because you rated it. How does frigid things is really. He does frigid things is really fun. I read it how does, obviously, and that was wrong. But yes, he does. It's him. How do I do things? Hmm. Hmm. I think 20 seconds. Maybe actually, I think 4 minutes and 20 seconds. There you go. That was extremely funny. Well, I'm glad you enjoy. Yeah, the badge works. I'm glad you found funny, but I am fully supporting the being a punk. So well, I don't know how punk that was. Being a little shit for sure. So he's been this sort of way bonked. You've been bonked for 420 minutes or 420. Oh, you know what I said. There you go. I can't think, and my nose is making me mad. Not because it's doing bad, but because I don't want it to do its job right now. Will this work? Will this? I need the minty chapstick that I used to have. That was very good for deterring stinkies. This isn't so bad, but it's helpful a little bit. Okay. I'm going to hydrate. And we're going to see how much I can read without losing my mind. Okay. You got my nose. You got my nose. Got your nose. Oh, thanks. I would appreciate if you really could just yoink my nose right now. Oh, okay. We are jumping into the next story. It is the one with the stupidly long name. And I wonder if any of these women are gonna get names themselves, but we'll see. And probably not, knowing this. But here we go. The story of two sisters who were jealous of their younger sister. Oh, whoops. Younger sister. Very long title. We are covering up Kiru, our big frog there. But it's okay. Oh god, no, it's not okay. I know. Remember how there was like, oh, thank you. I spent a very long time going back and forth about fonts, especially because some of them were hard to read. And this particular font gives no space between words, so I always add stuff. Lahonk, no, it's not skunks. And the stealing noses was necessary. Tetra is very, very much warranted. It's not skunks. Is somebody blazing? It's not Fat Boy blazing, probably. Because Fat Boy was trying to be very considerate, and I hope that calling you that is fine because it is your name. But somebody's not being very nice. I don't like. Is that a little dragon guy? Is that a little dragon guy? No, it's Rebuy. What are you? You have 3 eyes. Who are you, little nodders? I like it. Let me see your third eye. I want to see your third eye. You look cute. Okay. That's also a cute nodders. I know, but like, look at the little dragon guy. Who are you? What are you? I like Fat Boy instead. I like the combo. Just, hey, hey, fat is not gonna work, okay? But yeah. Mine farts? What the fuck? Oh, yours farts. Oh, I want to see. There he is! Red eyeballs and the wiggles. Look at you. Is that a little tongue? Are you a little sneaky guy? Are you a little sneaky? Oh, you poot. Oh, there's your poot. Yes, there's the toot. But look at the dragon wiggles. Look at the dragon. I don't like. Hi, kitties. Yes, you are lovely too. No, are you puppies? But you have very pointy ears. I cannot tell. You're fuzzy and cute, though. You're very lovely. And of course, Vaporeon. Hello. That's a very detailed tail whip. That's cool. Great art, whoever did that. Is cat. Okay, good. It's hard to tell. Can I do this? Can I even do this? I've always been very picky about smells. About certain bad smells. Not most smells, but certain bad smells. I am like, extra nope. Mlem. Hi, Pazuzu. I shall mlem. And then mlem. He's stinky and I can't even think. I've covered up Kiru with this ridiculously long story title. Probably I shouldn't be exposing the frogs. And I am starting to get a headache, so this is no good. But I also probably haven't hydrated enough, so that's not helpful. I don't like this. I'm not happy. I may need to do a BRB real quick. I think it is for the best if I do really quick, and I will be back, and then I will start reading, and I'll still be complaining about the stinks, but it will be. Hydrate, everybody. Everybody hydrate. Okay. Yeah, basically. Hydrates, though. I'm gonna go shove my face in a window. and yeah. So, how about we do a be right back? And when we are back, it will be. I will come back! It will be the story of two sisters who were jealous of their younger sister. I hope they have names. I hope these women get to have names. But okay. Okay, where's the BRB? There is the BRB. I will be back. I will be back. Okay. Forgive me. good. Was it? I don't know. I was not here. I have brought the big crackly. Oh, that's weird. The crackly fire. The candle is here. Oh, I should transition. You can't hear over the rain, probably. Let me see again. Listen to the crackly. Wood wick candle for the win. It was broken. It's okay. Then that is fair. And you probably, yeah, you got all your time. It's okay. I am back. Twitch being twith. Yep. Hopefully this works. And if when it fails, oh yep, it's starting to be still not great. I have gum. This also helped with the skunk attack. So we has gum. If you hear sound, no you didn't. I totally don't have my window open. It's okay. The air was good. Good couple breaths and big crackly candle. I'm a little worried that it's a bunch of sensory stuff and that's not going to make my headache better. But we're going to hydrate. And we're going to hope for the best. Alright. Oh, that was weird. Okay. Alright. The story of the two sisters who were jealous of their younger sister. The story title that covers even my biggest frog. Here we go. Someone is being rude and I can smell it. Yes, it's true. Alright. Once upon a time, there reigned over Persia a sultan named Khosrusha? Khosrusha, who from his boyhood had been fond of putting on a disguise and seeking adventures in all parts of the city. It seems like all of these royalty peoples are doing that. Also, Raven lights obnoxious scented candle. Hey! It is not obnoxious. It's barely making any scent. It's more scent covered, unlit. I'm just hoping that this is gonna be better. How is candle rude? Agree. You better be agreeing with me, not him. I'm about to kick you out of here, little lawyer. No, I won't. Persian rulers are called Shah, not Sultan. So we're off to a great start. Well, his name does end with Shah. Maybe. No, it's definitely the issue is that all of these stories have been sanitized, edited, trimmed, twisted, whatever, through the work of Andrew Lang, who wrote a lot of the fairy books we had read before. So he's cut pieces. I mean, we only have 38 stories. I think there's supposed to be 100 stories. He's chopped things up. I don't know. But the point is that the whole thing is going to be a little bit off. So it's just this dude, his version of it, you know? Yeah. Or whatever. But please, if you have more fun facts like that to, like, correct the story that's full of bullshit, I would very much appreciate it. We love to hear it. We love to correct this fucker. But okay. Karusha, doing his disguises like most of them been doing, accompanied by one of his officers. You've also been told that I'm a little bit off. What do you mean you're a little bit off? What kind of little bit off? Oh, yeah, like that kind of little bit off, huh? You said you've been studying too much. We'll blame that. You need some rest, that's all. Your brain's been fried, that's all. Okay. Accompanied by one of his officers disguised like himself. Yes. And no sooner was his father buried in the ceremonies over that marked his accession to the throne than the young man hastened to throw off his robes of state, and calling to his vizier to make ready likewise, stole out in the simple dress of a private citizen into the less known streets of the capital. So literally, they finish the funeral, and he's like, okay, I'm out of here. I don't want to be royal no more. Well, okay. Okay. Passing down a lonely street, the Sultan, the Shah, heard women's voices in loud discussion, and peeping through a crack in the door, he saw 3 sisters sitting on a sofa in a large hall, talking in a very lively and earnest manner. Judging from the few words that reached his ear, they were explaining what sort of men they wished to marry. I ask nothing better, cried the eldest, than to have the Sultan's baker for a husband. Think of being able to eat as much as one wanted of that delicious bread that is baked for his highness alone. Let us see if your wish is as good as mine. I, replied the second sister, should be quite content with the Sultan's head cook. What delicate stews I should feast upon. And as I am persuaded that the Sultan's bread is used all through the palace, I should have that into the bargain. You see, my dear sister, my taste is as good as yours. It was now the turn of the youngest sister, who was by far the most beautiful of the 3, classic in the fairy tales way, and had, besides, more sense than the other 2. Oh ho! Oh, is it more sense or is it more greedy? Oh, thank you for the follow. Howdy, y'all. Howdy, y'all. Hi. Howdy. Welcome in. Have a little dancey emote. I warn you, I am struggling with a stinkiness from outside of my control, but inside my airspace. So I will be pouty a little bit and making little coughs and drinking lots of water. Well, welcome in. Thank you for the call. Yes, the third sister, the youngest sister. Ooh, she has more sense, does she? She says, as for me, she said I should take a higher flight, and if we are to wish for husbands, nothing less than the Sultan himself will do for me. The Sultan was so much amused by the conversation he had overheard that he made up his mind to gratify their wishes, and turning to the Grand Vizier, he bade him note the house, and on the following morning to bring the ladies into his presence. Well, why does he want to gratify their wishes? Why does he want to do that? But I love that this is so petty. He's like, oh, do they want to be, do they want to get husbands? I'll give them husbands. Only one of them asked for me. How dare they? I'm cool. It's silly. From what I'm digging up, it's like every title is slightly complicated. I think Sultan could be used by region governors, but you're still digging. Oh, okay. Interesting. They use any kind of things. I mean, he asked them to his presence. The Grand Vizier fulfilled his commission, and hardly giving them time to change their dresses, desired the 3 sisters to follow him to the palace. Hey, you redeemed a little singing frog. There you go. Where was I? Sisters went to the palace. Here they were presented one by one, and when they had bowed before the Sultan, the sovereign abruptly put the question to them. Tell me, do you remember what you wished for last night when you were making merry? Can you imagine being them and being like, oh my god, wishes come true. Oh my god. Oh my god. And then obviously their children would be constantly told, make sure when you wish for the best. You will wish you had wished better if you don't wish for the best. I can just see it. Oh my goodness. No, wait, where was I? I got distracted. I wish to watch a wild raven. Oh, I think you really probably should go to bed, but as long as you're enjoying yourself with your little bouncy kitty emote. Do you remember what you wished for while you were making merry? Fear nothing, but answer me the truth. These words, which were so unexpected, threw the sisters into great confusion. Their eyes fell, and the blushes of the youngest did not fail to make an impression on the heart of the Sultan. Oh, he's flattered, 'cause she's pretty. Mask. I don't know about early, but I won't say you're late. No. Welcome in, Mask. We may or may not have been talking about you a while ago. Don't worry about it. um, she's blushing. He's liking that she's blushing. All three remained silent, and he hastened to continue. Do not be afraid. I have not the slightest intention of giving you pain. And let me tell you at once that I know the wishes formed by each one. You, he said, turning to the youngest, who desired to have me for an husband, shall be satisfied this very day. And you, he added, addressing the other two, shall be married at the same moment to my baker and to my chief cook. Did you get consent from those two? Did you get consent from those two? Well, anyway. Secret lab? What? That's not what we were talking about. Mask? What? We're doing okay, but there be a bad stink. It's not skunk. It's smoke. But it's icky and I'm not having fun. Okay. Trying to distract with story. I'm a little confused. Why? Little shit. I'm a little confused why he hasn't asked the baker or cook if they're married or not. Like what the heck? But he was just like, nah, don't worry about it. Hell of a thing. When the Sultan had finished speaking, the three sisters flung themselves at his feet, and the youngest faltered out, "O sire, since you know my foolish words, believe, I pray you, that they were only said in joke. I am unworthy of the honor you propose to do me, and I can only ask pardon for my boldness." You little shits. Your loan collecting business. Oh no. They say pigeons can't see themselves. Oh my god, you little shits. Stop with the pigeon. Stop with the pigeon stuffs. Oh my goodness, it's not pigeon. Are pigeons vampires? Oh wow, that would explain his theory there, but I don't think so. The other sisters also tried to excuse themselves, but the Sultan would hear nothing. "No, no," he said, "my mind is made up. Your wishes shall be accomplished." So, the 3 weddings were celebrated that same day. But with a great difference. That of the youngest was marked by all the magnificence that was customarily at the marriage of the Shah of Persia. Hey! They actually say Shah here. S-H-A-H. Look at that! They corrected themselves. Did you edit this story while I was reading? Holy shit. Candles popping. Yes, Shah. While the festivities attending the nuptials of the Sultan's baker and his chief cook were only such as were suitable to their conditions. The fact that he's going back and forth, or whatever, a Shah, Sultan, makes me wonder, is it actually something that you could have the multiple titles, or, like King and His Royal Highness versus Your Majesty, and I don't know, those little particulars? Or is it that Buddy just pulled royal names out of a hat, kind of a thing? I wonder. Well, for Riz, ooh. I want to see if they're gonna go dance. No, Valentine. Will you be my Valentine? Come on, Adon, do a roll. Let's see. Riz was 77%. I think that's a yes then. Oh no, they're probably not referring to the same person. Okay. I don't feel like learning the entire political system of Persia. Yeah, fair. I think it's probably just Buddy pulling them out. I want one of them to address him as your doodliness, sir. Your doodliness? Your doodliness? I love that when we do that, though. That's my favorite. Oh my goodness. Oh, my tummy upset. Smoke is making me not happy. I love none of you, Ragey. It's not even properly pulling up the emote. Oh, it is over here. Okay. Not even me, Mask. Do I? You're not gonna say yes to the dance when it was a 77%? That was a lot. And of course 99% Lahonk mask love. Of course. Hello, Darkstorm. Hello. I need a minute. I may need slow mode. Ah! As I close my eyes and look away. Jeez! Get frogged. That's our new tradition, by the way, I guess. Gifted subs, we say get frogged. But we still gotta do the monies. Money frogs, thank you, Lahonk, for gifting. That was a nice thing of you. Sometimes your chaos is kind. Frogged. You have been frogged. Take that, Darkstorm. Okay. Can I breathe? I don't know. I don't know if I can breathe. Okay. The other sisters married in a much more suitable to their conditions kind of marriage. Not as fanciful as the Persian Shah/Sultan one. Wait, it was Lahonk that gifted in my thing. Oh, I don't know. But okay. Misclick. Okay. The way you wrote that is, sorry, Miss Click. Am I Miss Click? That's silly. This, though quite natural, the one sister getting all the fanciness and the other two not, was highly displeasing to the elder sisters, who fell into a passion of jealousy, which in the end caused a great deal of trouble and pain to several people. Who else got the pain? What the hell did they do to other people? That's pretty messed up of them. And the first time that they had the opportunity of speaking to each other, which was not till several days after at a public bath, they did not attempt to disguise their feelings. Did the women get to choose whether or not? I mean, they wished to marry those people, so I guess that is the consent right away, but I don't know. Raven, click. What an interesting theory. Okay, but they, at a public bath, they did not attempt to disguise their feelings. They say, "Can you possibly understand what the Sultan saw in that little cat?" said one to the other, for him to be so fascinated by her. Did you just call your sister a cat? Is that supposed to be an insult? Is it supposed to be an insult? I don't see anything insulting. He must be quite blind, returned the wife of the chief cook. As for her looking a little younger than we do, what does that matter? You would have made a far better sultana than she. I don't know if that's the proper nomenclature. Probably not. But maybe. And also, I don't think it's about her looking younger. She is younger. What? But also, she was just generally more pretty, I think, was the note that the story said. Or maybe that was about the elder sisters not looking as young anymore. I don't know what kind of nonsense. And can you please give them names, for fuck's sake? You must be quite blind. You would have been a better sultana. Oh, I say nothing of myself, replied the elder, and if the sultan had chosen you, it would have been all very well, but it really grieves me that he should have selected a wretched little creature like that. Did he select, or did he just do exactly as you wished, ladies? You could have wished better. However, I will be revenged on her somehow. Oh my God, she didn't do anything to you. And I beg you will give me your help in the matter, and to tell me anything that you can think of that is likely to mortify her. Folks, if you have siblings or any family members, for that matter, that respond to you doing well in this kind of matter, when all you did was make a silly wish and they just didn't make as useful of a wish as you did, go no contact. Maybe. I think possibly. This is a ridiculous response. Oh, she wished for something better than us and got it by weird chance and luck. That doesn't mean revenge. She didn't do anything. That's not a revenge if she didn't do anything for you, like to you. This is just pain. You're just inflicting pain, not revenge. What the hell? In order to carry out their wicked scheme, the two sisters met constantly to talk over their ideas. Of what? Please be nice to yourself, Adon. Whatever you're doing, What? Please be nice to yourself. What do you say? You crying you can't spell? You're fine. What did you do that was is water? Okay, good. What is going on? Okay. They met a lot to talk over their ideas. Though all the while they pretended to be as friendly as ever towards the Sultana, who on her part invariably treated them with kindness. For a long time no plan occurred to the two plotters that seemed in the least likely to meet with success. But at length the expected birth of an heir gave them the chance for which they had been hoping. So now that she's pregnant, you have something up your sleeve. Oh, damn it. They obtained the permission of the Sultan to take up their abode in the palace for some weeks, and never left their sister night or day. Okay, so because she's pregnant, they get to be there to help her out. When at last a little boy, beautiful as the sun, was born, they laid him in his cradle and carried it down to a canal which passed through the grounds of the palace. Oh, this is what we're doing. Oh boy. Then, leaving it to its fate, they informed the Sultan that instead of the son he had so fondly desired, the Sultana had given birth to a puppy. You implying she's a bitch? Fuck you. At this dreadful news, you believe it? The Sultan was so overcome with rage and grief that it was with great difficulty that the Grand Vizier managed to save the Sultana from his wrath. Oh my god. He wanted to hurt her for having... Oh my gosh. No, all of you get bonks. Everybody here except for the Grand Vizier and the wife, the Sultana, you guys, everybody gets bonks. Oh, and maybe the puppy and the baby. Those two are safe. They of course don't count. They didn't make any decisions yet. What the fuck? Meanwhile, the cradle continued to float peacefully along the canal till, on the outskirts of the royal gardens, it was suddenly perceived by the intendant, one of the highest and most respected officials in the kingdom. Go, he said to a gardener who was working near, and get that cradle out for me. The gardener did as he was bid, and soon placed the cradle in the hands of the intendant. The official was much astonished to see that the cradle, which he had supposed to be empty, contained a baby, which, young though it was, already gave promise of great beauty. Have any of you seen a newborn baby? They're not typically all that pretty. So this is quite concerning. Anyway, having no children himself, although he had been married some years, it at once occurred to him that here was a child which he could take and bring up as his own. Yay, adoption. And bidding the man pick up the cradle and follow him, he returned towards home. My wife, he claimed as he entered the room, heaven has denied us any children, but here is one that has been sent in their place. Send for a nurse, and I will do what is needed publicly to recognize it as my own. The wife accepted the baby with joy, and though the intendant saw quite well that it must have come from the royal palace, he did not think it was his business to inquire further into the mystery. The following year another prince was born and sent adrift, but happily for the baby, the intendant of the gardens again was walking by the canal and carried it home as before. Oh gosh. Oh fuck. It gets worse and worse. The Sultan, naturally enough, was still more furious the second time than the first. Did they again claim that it was a dog? Okay. But when the same curious accident was repeated in the third year, there's a third freaking kid. There's 3 kids. He could control himself no longer, and to the great joy of the jealous sisters, commanded that the Sultana should be executed. Fuck. But the poor lady was so much beloved at court, oh good, that not even the dread of sharing her fate could prevent the Grand Vizier and the courtiers from throwing themselves at the Sultan's feet and imploring him not to inflict so cruel a punishment for what, after all, was not her fault. It's not her fault she gives birth to dogs. Why do you... Hey, honey, look what I picked up on the way home. It's a baby. Hey, honey, 1 year later, I did it again. Hey, honey, third time's the charm. I mean, if you can't have a baby in this particular time, this is a pretty good way to get kids. I didn't want to tell you, honey, but I can tell you this came from a respectable place. Whether or not from respectable parents, we'll find out maybe some other time, but wow. The puppy did not come out, but like the fact that they are thinking that that's actually what happened is pretty messed up. Did the sisters like be midwives for her? Was there no one that could back up? No, she had a baby. What the fuck? Did no one did like send news? It's a son. Like what? How is there no one else in place to set these women straight, or are they like intimidated into silence? I don't know, but oh my god. And 3 times in a row, I wouldn't be angry. I would be deeply confused. But here's the part that has not been mentioned, and I am curious as hell about. What happened to the puppies? Did they get raised as, like, princes? Are they royal dogs? Is there gonna be a king doggo? A sultan doggo, I mean, but, like, is there gonna be head of the monarchy that's a dog? And are they gonna try and... I mean, it gets really messed up from there on, and I'm gonna shut myself up, but what kind of implications does this have on the rest of this, you know? Okay. They say it's not her fault. Don't kill her, don't kill her. You are not late, Hades, not the villain. Welcome in. I do not keep attendance. You're fine. You have to go, Darkstorm. Alrighty. Enjoy your frogs. Spread the frog love, please. You have been frogged. Oh my goodness. So enjoy. But hi. What's gonna happen next? They're not gonna kill her. What's gonna happen to the dogs? We're never gonna talk about it, probably. And let's make sure we get rid of these evil sisters. Why the hell? How is this? In what way is this reciprocal? Pizza puffs. Oh, Hades, that's not fair. That's so mean of you to tell me right now. No, I hope you enjoy those. I hope they come out well. Let her live, entreated the Grand Vizier, and banish her from your presence for the rest of her days. That in itself will be punishment enough. True. His first passion spent, the Sultan had regained his self-command. Let her live, then, he said, since you have it so much at heart. But if I grant her life, it shall only be on one condition, which shall make her daily pray for death. Make her pray for death? Oh my god. Let a box be built for her at the door of the principal mosque, and let the window of the box always be open. There she shall sit in the coarsest clothes, and every Muslim who enters the mosque shall spit in her face in passing. Anyone that refuses to obey shall be exposed to the same punishment himself. People will start going to a different mosque, I hope. God. You, Vizier, will see that my orders are carried out. She's gonna get so sick. She's gonna get so sick. The Grand Vizier saw that it was useless to say more, and full of triumph the sisters watched the building of the box, and then listened to the jeers of the people at the helpless Sultana sitting inside. But the poor lady bore herself with so much dignity and meekness that it was not long before she had won the sympathy of those that were best among the crowd. But it is now time to return to the fate of the third baby, this time a princess. Oh! Like its brothers... Her brothers? She was found by the intendant of the gardens and adopted by him and his wife, and all 3 were brought up with the greatest care and tenderness. Won't work for anybody else. Yeah, anyway, okay, so they're raised well. As the children grew older, their beauty and air of distinction became more and more marked, and their manners had all the grace and ease that is proper to people of high birth. The princes had been named by their foster father, Bahman and Perviz, and after the two of the ancient kings of Persia, while the princess was called Parizade, or the child of the genie. The intendant was careful to bring them up as befitted their real rank. How did he know? How did he know? And soon appointed a tutor to teach the young princes how to read and write. And the princess, determined not to be left behind, showed herself so anxious to learn with her brothers that the intendant consented to her joining in on their lessons. Hell yeah, teaching women. Thank you. For fuck's sake, why didn't you automatically do that? But okay. And it was not long before she knew as much as they did. From that time, all their studies were done in common. They had the best masters for the fine arts, geography, poetry, history, and science, and even for sciences which were learned by few, and every branch seemed so easy to them that their teachers were astonished at the progress they made. The princess had a passion for music, and could sing and play upon all sorts of instruments. She could also ride and drive as well as her brothers, shoot a bow and arrow, and throw a javelin with the same skill as they, and sometimes even better. So she's a fucking powerhouse. Love that. In order to set off these accomplishments, the intendant resolved that his foster children should not be pent up. Oh, I realized. Or the brothers were very bad, and she was just the same as they're very bad at it. But it does imply that they were all very good. But anyway. Intendant resolved that his foster children should not be pent up any longer in the narrow borders of the palace gardens, where he had always lived. So he bought a splendid country house a few miles from the capital, surrounded by an immense park. This park he filled with wild beasts of various sorts, so that the princes and princess might hunt as much as they pleased. When everything was ready, I'm just going to scroll and I lost my place. When everything was ready, the intendant threw himself at the sultan's feet, and after referring to his age and his long services, begged his highness's permission to resign his post. This was granted by the sultan in a few gracious words, and he then inquired what reward he could give to his faithful servant. But the intendant declared that he wished for nothing except the continuance of his highness's favor, and prostrating himself once more, he retired from the sultan's presence. 5 or 6 months passed away in the pleasures of the country, when death attacked the attendant so suddenly that he had no time to reveal the secret of their birth to his adopted children. Oh no! And his wife had long been dead also. When did she die? It seemed as if the princes and the princess would never know that they had been born to a higher station than the one they filled. Oh, I'm sure they'll figure it out. Eventually. Their sorrow for their father was very deep, and they lived quietly on in their new home without feeling any desire to leave it for court gaieties or intrigues. Budgie, what the hell? Hi, welcome. Oh, I got your snacks today, by the way. Listen to the crinklies. Listen to them. Listen to them. I very much appreciate it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Elianson. Thank you very much. It was so fast. I'm still waiting on the Stream Deck that Death Noah got, but oh no, that's the wrong one. But I do have yours. Emote. That was the wrong emote. Come on. Thank you. And now some dances. Thank you very much for the follow. Pudgy gives snacks. Pudgy did give snacks. Those pretzel chips are my favorite green time snacks. Somebody was having green time here. Was that you? Hello. We are doing pretty good. Welcome in. Get cozy. Or you've been here a bit, haven't you? But cozy up. Thank you very much for joining us. Alright. Me never. As long as you are considerate of the people around you is all good. Because I am currently having not a great time, TM. The stinkiness and a bit of a headache from the stuffs is making me not the best. But I'm glad you're here. Good to see you. He left. They didn't want to go. One day, the princess, as usual, went out to hunt. The princes went out to hunt, but their sister remained alone in her apartments. While they were gone, an old Mussulman devotee appeared at the door and asked leave to enter, as it was the hour of prayer. The princess sent orders at once that the old woman was to be taken to the private oratory in the grounds. I thought it was, it's just Muslim. A Muslim woman. There you go. And when she had finished her prayers, was to be shown the house and gardens, and then to be brought before her. Although the old woman was very pious, she was not at all indifferent to the magnificence of all around her, which she seemed to understand as well as to admire, and when she had seen it all, she was led by the servants before the princess, who was seated in a room which surpassed in splendor all the rest. "My good woman," said the princess, pointing to a sofa, "come and sit beside me. I am delighted at the opportunity of speaking for a few moments with so holy a person." The old woman made some objections to so much honor being done her, but the princess refused to listen and insisted that her guest should take the best seat, and as she thought she must be tired, ordered refreshments. Good. While the old woman was eating, the princess put several questions to her as her mode of life and the pious exercises she practiced, and then inquired what she thought of the house now that she had seen it. "Madam," replied the pilgrim. I lost it. Scrolly. Okay. "One must be hard indeed to please to find any fault. It is beautiful, comfortable, and well ordered, and it is impossible to imagine anything more lovely than the garden. But since you ask me, I must confess that it lacks 3 things to make it absolutely perfect." "And what can they be?" cried the princess. "Only tell me, and I will lose no time in getting them." "The 3 things, madam," replied the old woman, "are first, the talking bird." Ooh, we've got a few of those in here. "Whose voice draws all other singing birds to join to join in chorus. And second, the singing tree." Ooh, I don't got none of those. "Where every leaf is a song that is never silent. And lastly, the golden water, of which it is only needed to pour a single drop into a basin, for it to shoot up into a fountain which will never be exhausted, nor will the basin ever overflow." Well, that's some magic right all up in there. These are all lovely in theory, but how is this relevant? When are we gonna get these 3 royals to save their mom, to go back to the palace, Ooh, okay. I'm focusing. We're gonna have a break soon, though. "Oh, how can I thank you," cried the princess, "for telling me of such treasures? But add, I pray you, to your goodness by further informing me where I can find them." "Madam," replied the pilgrim, "I should ill repay the hospitality you have shown me if I refused to answer your question. The 3 things of which I have spoken are all to be found in one place, on the borders of this kingdom towards India. Your messenger has only to follow the road that passes by your house for 20 days, and at the end of that time he is to ask the first person he meets for the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water." She then rose, and bidding herself farewell to the princess, went her way. Cryptic as hell. The old woman had taken her departure so abruptly that the Princess Parazadi, that's what it was, did not perceive till she was really gone that the directions were hardly clear enough to enable the search to be successful. And as she was still thinking of the subject, and how delightful it would be to possess such rarities, when the princess, her brothers, when the princes, her brothers, returned from the chase. "What is the matter, my sister?" asked Prince Bahman. "Why are you so grave? Are you ill? Or has anything happened?" "Oh, tell me." Princess Parizade did not answer directly, but at length she raised her eyes and replied that there was nothing wrong. "But there must be something," persisted Prince Bahman, "for you have changed so much during the short time we have been absent. Hide nothing from us, I beseech you, unless you wish us to believe that the confidence we have always had in one another is now to cease. If you want to be my best friend, you're going to tell me. Tell me, or I won't be your best friend no more." It's cute. "When I said it was nothing," said the princess, moved by his words, "I meant that it is nothing that affected you, although I admit that it is certainly of some importance to me. Like myself, you have always thought this house that our father built for us was perfect in every respect, but only today I have learned that 3 things are still lacking to complete it. These are the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water." After explaining the peculiar qualities of each, the princess continued, "It was a Mussulman devotee who told me all this, and where they might all be found. Perhaps you will think that the house is beautiful enough as it is, and that we can do quite well without them, but in this I cannot agree with you, and I shall never be content until I have got them. So, counsel me, I pray, whom to send on the undertaking." What the heck? Okay. My dear sister," replied Prince Bahman, "that you should care about the matter is quite enough, even if we took no interest in it ourselves. But we both feel with you, and I claim, as the elder, the right to make the first attempt, if you will tell me where I am to go and what steps I am to make." Okay, so they're not going to send somebody else. It's going to be each of them, probably. They're probably each going to go. If we're going to say me first, I think they're each going to go on their own. So Bahman will go, and then probably, oh, they haven't referenced him very recently. The other prince will go, and then, Perviz. There it is. Perviz will go, and then Princess Parizade. And then they'll come back. Do you think that they will get the items and they will lead to finding out that they're royalty? Or do you think that it's going to be just, oh, and then also we found out we're royalty? Because I'm getting from the sheer length of this story that the items aren't going to directly lead them to finding out their royalty. They might be completely unconnected, but like a cool, fun thing that they show off when they learn that they are royalty. It feels like it'll be a while. But it is about time for a break, so yeah. Purvis is just gonna object and say he should go, being the eldest, but then Bahman is still gonna go. That's fine. Alright, we have Singing Frog and Whispers currently redeemed. This is our redeem break. So if you have ones that you want to... If you have ones that you would like to redeem, this is the time. Hold on. I am changing the thing. Oh wait, I should make sure I copy this. I don't want to have to redo that. Okay. Double checking that that is copied. Alright. Herbert is up first. Singing Frog. Revem. Okay. Okay. It is not reading. It is current trigger. Mahonk. Okay. I will pull Herbert up. And I think I need just a bit of water. Does Raven have a favorite trigger? I don't know. I don't know right now. I am feeling a little bit better, but still overwhelmed. Mouth Pops is fun. I will give you that mouth pops is fun. That's not a bad one. Kalimba. Practicing kalimba is fun. And it's not super far now. I don't have to reach to get it. So it's very handy. That one's good. Alright, yeah, you do that. Okay, cool. Here is Herbert, our singing wooden frog. There was Herbert. And now, Dreamy Buddy, I'm going to have to ask you to shut up. Thank you. Goodbye. Herbert's gonna face the wall. And we're gonna move on to Adon and Long Cool Whispers. And then we'll have Mouse Pops and Kalimba. Here we go. Meow. 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 Extra meows because that's cute. A little whispered meow is very sweet. Meow. And then, what did the crow, Raven, say to the poet, dead wife, dead wife, dead wife? I was watching him after the first comic because I wasn't sure, but yeah, he was. Yeah, I was like, what is that? I interrupted my story to like look over because it was a new first thing, and I was like, is this person having a stroke myself? But they said ravens, and I'm like, do you know my name? Because I didn't like say my name recently, or did you get it from the thing? Most people pop in and they don't know, and I ain't happy with Arabian. What the hell? The next sentence piece is ridiculous. So no thank you, goodbye. And then I'm sorry, but the second the candy message popped up as well, I was like, you put the S in there very intentionally as an excuse. I don't like this. I don't like this. Why are you trying to do something like this? It was very rude of you. And then the I mean ... confirmed it. It was not silly. It was a very real. It was a very, very, very clear. So that's great. No, you weren't having a stroke, Pudgy. It wasn't your stroke, at least. Hi, Ignis Marble. Oh, I would love some Pringles and root beer snacks. I've got my own cola that I've been having, though, so I'll be good. No, not Cheetos. It's root beer and bunches of Pringles. God damn it. Can't be out of barbecue. No, can't be out of barbecue Pringles. Account made on June 28. Sorry, Cage took the last cheese you got. Cheeto. No! What kind of Cheetos? Clown got clowned. Yeah, I want pizza Pringles. Ooh. Accepts with haste. Because Puffs. Me personally, I don't like barbecue. Well, it is fair that you don't like, but it's good. When I see a very young account, it's also a flag for me to watch them closely. Yeah, it gives troll. I got banned on my last one. It gives I've been doing recon and now I'm gonna say all the shitty things. All dressed ruffles slap. Oh, all dressed is a hell of a one. All lovely snacks. Who thought what to? The thing I already said, maybe? I don't know what's happening. Sometimes I don't remember what I said. Or the ruffles. Pets for mods. Yes, good mods. Good mods. Good job, Cage. Man, being an accountant must be hard if your account gets flagged. It's a definite fact. Barbecue played with Fringles. I can't words. Yes, they're great. They're best. They seem to know the right, wrong things to say, and that's all I'm saying. Yeah. Spicy Pringles are for special events. Are they for spicy events? Birthday days? Birthdays, yeah. Okay. I did a meow. I did a crow. It's time for mouth pops. Oh, dingy, say dingy. And then kalimba. Sure, let's go with that. Birthday night. You sillies. Alright, mouth poppin'. Let's do the mouth pops. Okay. You little shit. You little shit. I got distracted. Why are the Pringles sizzling? No. There was your mouth pops, but my goodness, you guys are ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna move on to kalimba. I've been doing good. My practice has been paying off, and I feel like I can breathe again in this space. So I'm pleased with that. Who's been a bad Pringles? Oh my goodness. Huh? The way I said that though sounded like it was goofy. You? Okay. Kalimba time. I can do this. I can focus. Alright. Here we go. Alright. Is it silly raven hours now? A little bit. My head was hurted, and it's slowly I can breathe again, but I'm still not in the best straits, so I probably am gonna be more silly than normal. It is true. I don't know. I'm not looking. The bread is baking in there. Basically. Okay, I'm playing kalimba. Dang it. I see if I can get this one as well as the other ones. That sounded awful. Oh my gosh, I lost my spot. What? Okay. No. Yes, it's kalimba, but I just got a very bad breath. You got smudged, Mike. I'm sorry. I begin again on this frickin' song. Woo! Do we want the same song or a different song? Respond quickly while I get water. Big one. Good smell. Kind of still a lot to be in my head. Not which song, just if it's the same or different. I can't play everything. I'm very slow with burning my kalimba. I have like 5 songs I play. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And there's one of them I don't even play very often because it's happy birthday. No. Also, somebody once told me I don't think you would hit with the same kind of like on a kalimba, but I should probably, that would be fun. But I wouldn't do it because copyright. I didn't ask what song. I said this one or different. Same song it is, because you're all being little shits. You can't do anything, so you're copyright. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So this is the run that I'm not nailing because it sounds different to me. I'm going to try this and then I will do the one. Mm-mm. Oh my gosh. That's how it's supposed to go. Mm-mm. Hold me down. Oh, I missed one, but I did it better than. Ding, bing, ding, bing, ding, 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 ding. Yeah, that's about all there is. Ignore it. never play this one, so it's been a while. One day we're gonna get even an electric kalimba. That would be silly. I would probably not want to play it this late because that is a little much. It is not a fall asleep to music. Kalimba is fall asleep to music. There we go. And now I have done a song correctly once. Woohoo! I think I will go back to the story. Let's get adjust. I'm gonna be loud while I adjust and I cough. Hold on. Okay, I'm here. Oh, you're lurking away. Hi, May. Hello, hello. Thank you for the love and the hugs. On your way. He's now lurking. I love that little glitch. I'm glad we don't fix the glitch. It makes me giggles every time. Oh, thank you for a hug. It is more necessary tonight than other nights. And I'm just seeing... Oh, it just was this second. Okay, good. The mic springs, reverb, and sharpening just in time before we move on to the story. Good timing, buddy. Let me get this. Okay. And then we're gonna have to run an ad before the story. Don't let me forget, or else the ad will interrupt. Thank you. What did I just forget to do? Oh. We're gonna start with the springs and then we'll do sharpening. Have a safe work. Yes, have a safe work. And it was just like, there's a little annoyances. I just need eep and I will be better. Just time and eep and it will be a nice time. Are those new pandas? They're different pandas. There's somebody else's red pandas. But they are very cute pet pandas. Look at all the red pandas in this little group. They're so cute. Okay. I'm distracted. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna move the mic so that it's good for the mic arm sounds. And then I'm gonna do springs. And then I'm gonna change it. And I'm gonna do sharpening. I'm not even gonna talk, hopefully. I'll be efficient. Okay. Alright. not mean to hit the spring. Not that time. Oops. Okay, move it back. Minor technical difficulty with the mic getting back into place. I am minorly worried it's wobbling. But yeah, that was a funny noise. I'm glad you enjoyed its odd noiseness. It's a fun one. Okay, I think enough candle, but now smokes, so dissipate candle smoke. It's got that one ember not stopping. I could do a good little smoke cleanse, but I don't want to do this right now. I want you to go do it. Okay. I run an ad, and then we begin again with the story. And hopefully finish up within the hour. I think I'm going to try and read and focus, so I think I will put the chat back on slow mode, which I turned it off a while ago. But I'm putting it back on to 10 seconds, I think is what it was before. Just because I want to be able to focus and read and not be here forever, because I need the sleep and the rest tonight. Definitely. But okay, so here comes an ad. 1 minute long. I'm very sorry. I know. But you'll be fine. Ad, story, and then we'll probably wrap up. I don't think we're going to have... okay, Mask. I don't think we're going to do 2-minute mysteries because there's still like 2/3 of this story to go. So here we go. Ad, I'm sorry. Here it comes. Ad jail time. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. It's taking its time. Oh, no. Now it's going. Quiet, pigeon. Quiet, goose. Mask is not pigeon, but even if was pigeon, pigeon is lovely. Pigeons are lovely. Alright. I scuffle, I scoot into place, and I boop, and I whoop, and one more whoop. Okay. Grr. Oh my goodness, that's a lovely grr. Grr. Don't grr at me. Die, thy end is now. Crush, prepare thyself. Oh no, stop fighting. Don't hurt each other. You love each other. Don't hurt each other. No. Okay. Purvis. That's who we're about to talk to. Okay. So we left off at the giant summary is we should go with the reason it's titled this is because there were three sisters making wishes about who they would marry. I would want to marry this. I would want to marry that. But then the Sultan, disguised as he was, because he does that, walked past and overheard what they were saying. The eldest sister asked for the Sultan's baker to be her wife. The middle sister asked for the Sultan's cook. And the youngest daughter was like, I want the Sultan himself. And then her dad from across the room knew his mask and long having a little squirrel. Oh no. Well, of course it was funny. Okay. Next we had we had the Sultan call them in and said, what was your wishes you made last night? And they all got very embarrassed. And he's like, I know what you wished. You wanted the cook, you wanted the baker, and you wanted me. Guess what? Your wishes will come true. Let's all get married. And the elder sisters were very jealous that the youngest sister got the sultan, and what the hell, and they said awful things, and then they said they wanted to take a revenge, which is some bullshit, because that's not revenge. She didn't do anything to them. They made their own choices for what they would wish for, and the sultan decided to grant what they asked for. This is what you wanted, ladies. What the hell? But anyway, then. Stop it. Stop fighting. Okay, and then. This is why I made you slow mode. I knew you would do this, you little shits. Okay, then. I'm not looking, but my brain is still like yelling about look. I can't look. Eyes is closed. Okay. Shut real tight. I can't tell if my model is showing that off. Yeah, okay, she is. Oh my gosh. No, you guys can chat. It's just that I'll get distracted, so I'm not looking. Okay, so they wanted to do revenge, which is some bullshit, because it's not revenge, it's just being cruel. But then, oh, ow, can't squint that hard. Ow, headache was already bad. Stop it. Okay, so they still want to punish her. So what they do is that when she's pregnant, they get called to live with her to look after their sister, and they pretend all nice. And the sister is like, oh, yay, my sisters, because she doesn't know they hate her. How would she know? And then when she gives birth to her son, a lovely, wonderful son, they take the baby and then swap it out for a puppy and try and give that off, subtly calling her a bitch because lovely. Hate it. But okay, then, this is why I don't like to use that word. Then they send the real baby down the river in a little basket, and this guy that looks after the gardens picks it up and adopts him because he hasn't had kids. And then lady has 2 more kids, another son and a daughter, and the same thing happens. And they live with the gardener man, and he eventually retires and asks the sultan, just keep me in good name. And he's like, yeah, okay. And then the sultan goes and lives in the countryside for a little while, but his wife dies, and then he dies, and then the 3 kids, who are actually the princes and princess, are just living out there. And next thing you know, while the boys are out hunting, princess is at home, and this old Muslim woman shows up, and she's checking out the house after prayer, and she's like, yeah, it's pretty cool. And the princess is like, well, she doesn't know she's a princess, but she's like, so what do you think? And the lady's like, well, to be honest, that you're missing 3 things. And then it's perfect, but it's lovely. What are the 3 things? Well, it's these magical things. Well, I gotta go get the magical things. How do you get them? Well, vague directions. Okay, thanks, lady. Lady disappears. Wait a minute, those were vague directions. Oops. And here we are. Oh my gosh. Okay, I open my eyes. Oh my gosh. Good night, Adon. Thank goodness you're going to get some rest. Please take care of yourself. Get tucked in and all cozy. Bye-bye. Keep well. You started it. That's the last of the little quarrel I see. Oh my goodness. But then a lovely lonk. Lurk lonk. That's very cute of you. You got nice again. Okay. The one brother says that he's gonna do it. He'll go and look for the things. And then the other brother is gonna speak up. That's where we're at. Prince Bahman wants to go. Prince Perviz at first objected that, being the head of the family, his brother ought not to be allowed to expose himself to danger. But Prince Bahman could hear nothing and retired to make the needful preparations for his journey. So this is the eldest that's leaving, and he's insisting he should go, and so he does. The next morning, Prince Bahman got up very early, and after bidding farewell to his brother and sister, mounted his horse. But just as he was about to touch it with his whip, he was stopped by a cry from the princess. Oh, perhaps after all you may never come back. No one can tell what accidents may happen. Give it up, I implore you, for I would 1,000 times rather lose the talking bird and the singing tree and the golden water, those are those fancy things, than that you should run into danger. My dear sister, answered the prince. Accidents only happen to unlucky people. Oh, no, sir. You are already quite unlucky to have been removed from your family, but I guess quite lucky that you landed in such a nice foster family. Whatever. But that is a bad way to think of things. You will be the unlucky person at some point. Anyway, think of Molecule Joe. The odds will they will do something. The impossible can happen. Anyway, and I hope that I am not one of them, the unluckies. But as everything is uncertain, I promise you to be very careful. Take this knife, he continued, handing her one that hung sheathed from his belt. Ooh, yay! Eat your bites. Okay. And every now and then draw it and look at it. As long as it keeps bright and clean as it is today, you will know that I am living. But if the blade is spotted with blood, it will be a sign that I am dead, and you shall weep for me. Woo? Who said he's dead? Who said he's dead, Pudgy? Are you telling me now that he's dead? Oh no. Oh no. Okay. I don't love the foreshadowing that there's gonna be a rusty knife in our future, but it's a whole story, Hades. It's up on my shorts. Don't worry about it. Okay. So saying, Prince Bahman bade them farewell once more and started on the high road. How long do you think it'll be till that knife is bloody and he's probably dead? How long do you think? Because that foreshadowing makes me uneasy. Well mounted and fully armed on the high road. For 20 days he rode straight on, turning neither to the right hand nor to the left, till he found himself drawing near the frontiers of Persia. Seated under a tree by the wayside, he noticed a hideous old man with a long white mustache and beard that almost fell to his feet. His nails had grown to an enormous length, and on his head he wore a huge hat which served him for an umbrella. Well, cool. Prince Bahman, who, remembering the directions of the old woman, had been since sunrise on the lookout for someone, recognized the old man at once to be a dervish. He dismounted from his horse and bowed low before the holy man, saying by way of greeting, "My father, may your days be long in the land, and may your wishes be fulfilled." The dervish did his best to reply, but his mustache was so thick that his words were hardly intelligible. Muttering under a mustache. And the prince, perceiving what was the matter, took a pair of scissors from his saddle pockets and requested permission to cut off some of the mustache, as he had a question of great importance to ask the dervish. The dervish made a sign that he might do as he liked, and when a few inches of his hair and beard had been pruned all around, the prince assured the holy man that he would hardly believe how much younger he looked. He gave him a whole... That's nice. He gave him a whole trim. His hair, his beard, his mustache. Got him looking spiffy. Nice. The dervish smiled at his compliments and thanked him for what he had done. Are you going to cut his nails too? Or is he going for like a world record? Let me, he said, show you my gratitude for making me more comfortable by telling me what I can do for you. Gentle dervish, replied Prince Bahman, I come from afar, and I seek the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water. I know that they are to be found somewhere in these parts, but I am ignorant of the exact spot. Tell me, I pray you, if you can, so that I may not have traveled a useless quest. While he was talking, the prince observed a change in the countenance of the dervish, who waited for some time before he made reply. My lord, he said at last, I do know the road for which you ask, but your kindness and friendship I have conceived for you make me loath to point it out. But why not? Inquired the prince. What danger can there be? The very greatest danger, answered the dervish. Other men as brave as you have ridden down this road and have put me that question. I did my best to turn them also from their purpose, but it was of no use. Not one of them would listen to my words, and not one of them came back. Be warned in time, and seek to go no further. Oh, he's gonna go, and he's gonna die, and the brother's gonna go, and he's gonna die, and the sister's gonna go, and she's gonna live, and she's gonna make it back to the palace, and then she's gonna find her mom at the mosque being spit on and stuff. Ugh. And then she's gonna finally tell, hey, she did not give birth to dogs. She gave birth to peoples, you idiot. Hi. And hopefully also punish the aunties that were mean. I can just see it now. Okay, what danger? The greatest danger. And they don't come back. Please. Be warned in time. Don't go no further. I'm grateful to you for your interest in me, said Prince Bahman, and for the advice you have given, though I cannot follow it. But what dangers can there be in the adventure which courage and good sword cannot meet? And suppose, answered the dervish, that your enemies are invisible, how then? Nothing will make me give it up, replied the prince, and for the last time I ask you to tell me where I am to go. When the dervish saw that the prince's mind was made up, he threw a ball from a bag that lay near him and held it out. If it must be so, he said with a sigh, take this, and when you have mounted your horse, throw the ball in front of you. It will roll on till it reaches the foot of a mountain, and when it stops, you will stop also. You will then throw the bridle on your horse's neck without any fear of straying, and will dismount. On each side you will see vast heaps of big black stones, and you will hear a multitude of insulting voices, but pay no heed to them. And above all, beware of ever turning your head. If you do, you will instantly become a black stone like the rest. Oh gosh, okay. You need to be wearing a collar. You know, the ones for the neck injuries. For those stones are in reality men like yourself, who have been on the same quest and have failed, and I fear that you may fail also. If you manage to avoid this pitfall and to reach the top of the mountain, you will find there the talking bird in a splendid cage, and you can ask of him where you are to seek the singing tree and the golden water. That is all I have to say. You know what you have to do and what to avoid, but if you are wise, you will think of it no more, but return whence you have come. Maybe actually each of the siblings will each collect one of the items. Maybe that's how it'll go. So he gets the talking bird, other brother gets singing tree, sister gets golden water. Maybe that's how it'll go. The prince smilingly shook his head. I know, sounds intriguing, very familiar. There's a pretty cage, a bird, and okay. Shook his head, thanking the dervish once more. He sprang on his horse and threw the ball before him. Yeah, it you, cack. Okay. The ball rolled along the road so fast that Prince Bahman had much difficulty in keeping up with it, and it never relaxed its speed till the foot of the mountain was reached. Then it came to a sudden halt, and the prince at once got down and flung the bridle on his horse's neck. No, this is pet. What are you talking about? Other bird. Nope. Okay. He throws the bridle. Where was I? Oh, I skipped ahead. Don't look there. Don't skip ahead. He paused for a moment and looked around him at the masses of black stones with which the sides of the mountain were covered, and then began resolutely to ascend. He had hardly gone 4 steps when he heard the sound of voices around him, although not another creature was in sight. "Who is this imbecile?" cried some. "Stop it at once!" "Kill him!" shrieked others. "Help! Robbers! Murderers! Help! Help!" "Oh, let him alone!" sneered another, and this was the most trying of all. "He is such a beautiful young man. I am sure the bird in the cage must have been kept for him." At first the prince took no heed of all this clamor, but continued to press forward on his way. Unfortunately, oh no. Unfortunately, this conduct, instead of silencing the voices, only seemed to irritate them more, and they arose with redoubled fury, in front as well as behind. After some time he grew bewildered, his knees began to tremble, and finding himself in the act of falling, he forgot altogether the advice of the dervish. He turned to fly down the mountain, and in one moment became a black stone. As may be imagined, Prince Perviz and his sister were all this time in the greatest anxiety, and consulted the magic knife, not once, but many times a day. Hitherto the blade had remained bright and spotless, but on the fatal hour on which Prince Bahman and his horse were changed into black stones, large drops of blood appeared on the surface. "Ah, my beloved brother!" cried the princess in horror, throwing the knife from her. "I shall never see you again, and it is I who have killed you. Fool that I was to listen to the voice of that temptress, who probably was not speaking the truth. What are the talking bird and the singing tree to me in comparison with you, passionately though I long for them?" Prince Perviz's grief at his brother's loss was not less than that of Princess Parizade, but he did not waste his time on useless lamentations. Okay, no need to diss the sister for having an emotional response. Oh my god. "My sister," he said, "why should you think the old woman was deceiving you about these treasures? And what would have been her object in doing so? To kill royalty? Like, they don't know that, but like, could be very useful. No, our brother must have met his death by some accident or want of precaution, and tomorrow I will start on the same quest. So lovely." Marta. Okay. Terrified at the thought that she might lose her only remaining brother, the princess entreated him to give up his project, but he remained firm. Before setting out, however, he gave her a chaplet of 100 pearls, and said, "When I am absent, tell this over daily for me." Oh my god. Another present to see how someone does. How are you attuning to these objects? "When I am absent, tell this over daily for me. But if you should find that the beads stick, so that they will not slip one after the other, you will know that my brother's fate has befallen me. Still, we must hope for better luck." Then he departed, and on the 20th day of his journey fell in with the dervish on the same spot as Prince Bahman had, and began to question him as to the place where the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water were to be found. As in the case of his brother, the dervish tried to make him give up this project, and even told him only a few weeks since a young man, bearing a strong resemblance to himself, had passed that way, but had never come back again. That holy dervish, replied Prince Perviz, was my elder brother, who is now dead, though how he died I cannot say. "He is changed into black stone," answered the dervish, "like all the rest who have gone on the same errand, and you will become one likewise if you are not more careful in following my directions." Then he charged the prince, as he valued his life, to take no heed of the clamor of voices that would pursue him up the mountain, and handing him a ball from the bag, which still seemed to be half full, sent him on his way. To be stuck as the guy that hands out the balls that gets people to go to these things, that must be a really sucky life. A barbarian wouldn't have this issue. I mean, they're useful. Oh, brother's dead. Good to know. Like, it's helpful information, but he's the ball guy. He was a ball boy when this began, but now he's the ball decrepit old man. Okay. Oh, I read ahead again. My theory about it going to the sister is accurate, just as a spoiler. He sent him on the way. When Prince Perviz reached the foot of the mountain, he jumped from his horse and paused a moment to recall the instructions the dervish had given him. Then he strode boldly on, but had scarcely gone 5 or 6 paces when he was startled by a man's voice that seemed close to his ear, exclaiming, "Stop, rash fellow, and let me punish your audacity." This outrage entirely put the dervish's advice out of the prince's head. He drew his sword and turned to avenge himself, but almost before he had realized that there was nobody there, he and his horse were 2 black stones. "Not the horse, too! The horse didn't choose this. How many of the rocks are horses? Damn it. Man, my family keeps dying the same way doing this thing. Guess I'm gonna do it, too. Might as well." Jeez. Not a morning had passed since Prince Purvis had ridden away without Princess Parizade telling her beads. I think telling is like turning. I don't know why telling. Anyways, and at night she even hung them round her neck so that if she woke, she could assure herself at once of her brother's safety. She was in the very act of moving them through her fingers at the moment that the prince fell victim to his impatience, and her heart sank when the first pearl remained fixed in place. However, she had long made up her mind what she would do in such case, and the following morning the princess, disguised as a man, set out for the mountain. She is traveling alone. In this particular time, it's probably the best for her to be dressed as a man. But off she goes. It's okay, they don't mention it, but the horse was kind of a jerk too. He didn't tip servers. He didn't tip his servers. Do they properly pay servers in this time and place? If they do, then I guess the tip isn't necessary, but oh my gosh. She's off. As she had been accustomed to riding from her childhood. Oh, Hades. Oh. Okay. As she had been accustomed to riding from her childhood, she managed to travel as many miles daily as her brothers had done. And it was, as before, on the 20th day that she arrived at the place where the dervish was sitting. "Good dervish," she said politely, "will you allow me to rest by you for a few moments, and perhaps will you be so kind to tell me as if you have ever heard of a talking bird, a singing tree, and some golden water that are to be found somewhere near this?" "Madam," replied the dervish, "for in spite of your manly dress, your voice betrays you. I shall be proud to serve you in any way I can, but may I ask the purpose of your question? Please do not think I cannot do this because I am a woman. Think I cannot do this because no one can." But anyway, "Good dervish," answered the princess, "I have heard such glowing descriptions of these 3 things that I cannot rest till I possess them." "Madam," said the dervish, "they are far more beautiful than any description, but you seem ignorant of all the difficulties that stand in your way, or you would hardly have undertaken such an adventure. Give it up, I pray you, and return home, and do not ask me to help you to a cruel death." "Holy father," answered the princess, "I come from afar, and I should be in despair if I turned back without having attained my object. Have you learned nothing from your brother's deaths? You have spoken of difficulties. Tell me, I entreat you, what they are, so that I may know if I can overcome them, or see if they are beyond my strength." So the dervish repeated this tale, and dwelt more firmly than ever on the clamor of the voices, the horrors of the black stones, which were once living men and horses, and the difficulties of climbing up the mountain, and pointed out that the chief means of success was never to look behind till you had the cage in your grasp. "As far as I can see," said the princess, "the first thing is not to mind the tumult of the voices that follow you till you reach the cage, and then never to look behind. Also to this, I think I have enough self-control to look straight before me, but as it is quite possible that I might be frightened by the voices, as even the boldest men have been, I will stop up my ears with cotton, so that, let them make as much noise as they like, I shall hear nothing. Well, that's at least a plan." "Madam," cried the dervish, "out of all the number who have asked me the way to the mountain, you are the first who has ever suggested such a means of escaping the danger. It is possible that you may succeed, but all the same, the risk is great. Like, thankfully, someone that has a brain. No one has ever tried to, do something about the problems, you will see." "Good dervish," answered the princess, "I feel in my heart that I shall succeed, and it only remains for me to ask you the way I am to go." Then the dervish said that it was useless to say more, and he gave her the ball, which she flung before her. Hopefully that is the last ball from the ballman's ball bag. The first thing the princess did on arriving at the mountain was to stop her ears with cotton. When did you get the cotton? Anyway, and then, making up her mind which was the best way to go, she began her ascent. In spite of the cotton, some echoes of the voices reached her ears, but not so as to trouble her. Indeed, though they grew louder and more insulting the higher she climbed, the princess only laughed, and said to herself that she certainly would not let a few rough words stand between her and the goal. She's dealt with worse things. At last she perceived in the distance the cage and the bird, whose voice joined itself in tones of thunder to those of the rest. "Return, return! Never dare to come near me!" Why are smart protagonists getting more scarce? You have to have. I mean, this story has a few protagonists, so it's fair that only one of them is one of the brains. We have to. Only one of them can manage to kick this particular kind of challenges butt. But fair question. Okay, so even the bird is saying, "No, stay away." At the sight of the bird, the princess hastened her steps, and without vexing herself at the noise by this time had grown deafening, she walked straight up to the cage, and seizing it, she said, "Now, my bird, I have got you, and I shall take good care that you do not escape." As she spoke, she took the cotton from her ears, for it was needed no longer. I really hope that when she exits, the princes turn back into peoples, and so do the horses, but we'll see. "Brave lady," answered the bird, "do not blame me for having joined my voice to those who did their best to preserve my freedom." "You're in a cage. That's not freedom. Although confined in a cage, I was content with my lot, but if I must become a slave, I could not wish for a nobler mistress than one who has shown so much constancy. And from this moment I swear to serve you faithfully. Some day you will put me to proof, for I know who you are better than you do yourself. Meanwhile, tell me what I can do, and I will obey you." "Bird," replied the princess, who was filled with a joy that seemed strange to herself when she thought that the bird had cost her the lives of both her brothers. "Bird, let me first thank you for your goodwill, and then let me ask where the golden water is to be found." The bird described the place, which was not far distant, and the princess filled a small silver flask that she had brought with her for the purpose. She then turned to the cage and said, "Bird, there is still something else. Where shall I find the singing tree?" "Behind you in that wood," replied the bird, and the princess wandered through the wood till the sound of the sweetest voices told her she had found what she had sought. But the tree was tall and strong, and it was hopeless to think of uprooting it. "I knew we'd get this. You do not need to do that," said the bird, when she had returned to ask counsel. "Break off a twig and plant it in your garden, and it will take root and grow into a magnificent tree." When the Princess Parizade held in her hands the 3 wonders promised her by the old woman, she said to the bird, "All that is not enough. It was owing to you that my brothers became black stones. I cannot tell them from the mass of others, but you must know and point them out to me. I beg you, for I wish to carry them away." For some reason that the princess could not guess, these words seemed to displease the bird, and he did not answer. The princess waited a moment, and then continued in severe tones, "Have you forgotten that you yourself said that you are my slave to do my bidding, and also that your life is in my power?" "No, I have not forgotten," replied the bird, "but what you ask is very difficult. However, I will do my best. If you look round," he went on, "you will see a pitcher standing near. Take it, and as you go down the mountain, scatter a little of the water it contains over every black stone, and you will soon find your 2 brothers." Okay. There's just some extra water in a pitcher? When did that... whatever. Princess Parizade took the pitcher, and carrying with her, besides the cage, the twig, and the flask, returned down the mountainside. At every black stone she stopped and sprinkled it with water, and as the water touched it, the stone instantly became a man. I knew it. When she suddenly saw her brothers before her, her delight was mixed with astonishment. Did any of them turn into horses? Did the horses that turned into stones turn into men? What happened? Yeah, exactly. Okay. "Why, what are you doing here?" she cried. "What the fuck? What do you mean, what are they doing here?" This is who you were looking for. What the hell? Okay. "We have been asleep," they said. "Yes," returned the princess, "but without me your sleep would probably have lasted till the day of judgment. Have you forgotten that you came here in search of the talking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water, and the black stones that were heaped up along the road? Look round and see if there is one left. These gentlemen and yourselves and all your horses were changed into the stones, and I have delivered you by sprinkling you with the water from this pitcher. And as I could not return home without you, where's return the slab? I didn't even see that. Where was I? As I could not return home without you, even though I had gained the prizes on which I had set my heart, I forced the talking bird to tell me how to break the spell. On hearing these words, Prince Bahman and Prince Perviz understood all they had owed to their sister. And the knights, Knights, who stood by, declared themselves her slaves, and ready to carry out her wishes. But the princess, while thanking them for their politeness, explained that she wished for no company but that of her brothers, and that the rest were free to go where they would. She's like, no, I don't want any of you around me. You all failed. You're not related to me. Just get out of here. I don't want slaves. Get away from me. So saying, the princess mounted her horse, and declining to allow even Prince Bahman to carry the cage with the talking bird, she entrusted him with the branch of the singing tree, while Prince Pervish took care of the flask containing the golden water. Are you going to trust them even with that much? Then they rode away, followed by the knights and gentlemen, who begged to be permitted to escort them. Get lost, kick rocks. She said no. It had been the intention of the party to stop and tell their adventures to the dervish, but they found that, to their sorrow, that he was dead, whether from old age or whether from the feeling that his task was done. They never knew. Honestly, he probably was so old that the only reason he wasn't dead was because he was still stuck magically as Ball Boy. And maybe that's why he told people to leave. He was like, no, don't do that. Don't go. I don't know. If I was stuck sitting in one spot, being in charge of handing out balls to roll for people to probably go to their death, or at least transformation into stone, I maybe wouldn't have done it. Just realized it wouldn't be hard for a princess to actually get slaves. She'd say, you're my slave now, and just done. Yeah, the thing is, she doesn't know she's a princess. The three of them just think that they had a wealthy enough dad that worked for the sultan, so they don't know that they're royalty. Black Dragon, welcome back. Thank you for the raid. We actually are reading for a little while longer, as opposed to wrapping up right away like last time. Welcome in. Thank you for doing the shout outs there. Good job, Mask. Welcome in. We're going to have to do a summary, aren't we? Dang. I will make sure I get where it was. Oh, yeah. Okay. You weren't too slow. Oh, Cage got one of them. Well, you got the other one. Hey, teamwork. Teamwork. You guys did great. Welcome in, Black Dragon Tavern Gaming. I hope you guys have had a good stream. You're all being very quiet. Is everything okay? Get cozy, settle in. We have a story. And I'd like to make sure someone is in here so that I can start my... Oh, there we are. Yep. Well, I shall leave my degenerate heathens with you for the rest of the night then. Once they are sleep tavern folk this evening. Aww. Well, I'm still going to do my summary for you. So far with this story, extremely long title for no good reason, covers up my little Frau Kiru there. Basically, as the title suggests, there was these sisters, 3 of them, and 2 of them get jealous. Basically, they all were, like, idly saying who they wished they could marry. And the first 2 wished for the cook and the baker of the sultan, because then they'd get good food. No, you're good. Just settle in, get cozy, or go look after yourself, get your food, and disappear. It's all good. You do what you need to do. But I'm still going to give myself. So they are very jealous of the 3rd sister when their wishes come true. Because the 3rd sister wished to marry the sultan himself instead of the sultan's cook and baker. The sultan had actually been listening and then said, hey, what did you guys wish for? The next day when he made them show up at the palace, and they all got embarrassed, and then all the weddings happened. And the jealous sisters decided that they would punish the youngest sister who got to marry the Sultan. When she got pregnant, they were invited to live with her, and they acted all nice, and she thought everything was fine because she doesn't know they hate her for this. She didn't do anything wrong. Why would she think? But then she gave birth to a son, and they took the baby and swapped it out with a puppy. Lovely implication there. The Sultan gets very angry, and this happens 2 more times. And by the time it happened the 3rd time, the wife has actually given birth to 2 sons and then a daughter. The Sultan is so pissed off. He cannot stop himself. He wants her dead for this. The viziers are like, no, she's great. Stop, please don't. And so he's like, you know what? You're right. That was just me being extra mad. But she is going to wish she was dead. We're going to make sure she sits in this one room, this window built onto the side of the mosque. And everybody that goes to the mosque is going to have to spit on her to enter. Really disgusting choices here. But anyway, meanwhile, the 3 kids get picked up. They had each been put in a basket and sent down a river, and each time they're picked up by this guy that works for the Sultan as a gardener and or door keeper, whatever. And he adopts them because he has no kids, and they raise them, and then he retires, and they've moved out to this place a little out of the way, and his wife dies, and then he dies, and then the 3 siblings are on their own. There's this elderly Muslim woman that shows up and gets a tour, and the daughter is like, well, what do you think? And the Muslim woman, she's like, well, this is lovely, but to be honest, there's a few things you could add, but it's just because they're super awesome, cool things. This is a great place. And well, what are they? Well, they're these things. Oh, where do I get these things? Out this way, but it's like vague directionville, and okay, I should go get those. Thank you, woman. And then she leaves, and it's like, oh wait, those were vague directions. And then eldest brother is like, I'll go. Gets turned to stone. Second eldest brother is like, oh, that sign that he was dead, that's unfortunate. I'll go. Same exact thing. Sister goes. She kicks ass. She takes the fancy magical things, talking bird, singing tree, golden water, and she's coming back. And also, the way that the sons had, the brothers had been stopped is they got turned to stones, and there's plenty other guys that got turned to stones, and they're all following, and she's like, get away, I don't want slaves, go away. But okay. Oh, and there, in the meantime, there was this old man that was giving directions to this, and he's dead now, probably because the magic has worn off. But anyway, as they continued their road, their numbers grew daily smaller, for the knights turned off one by one to go to their own homes. Good. And only the brothers and sister finally drew up at the gate of the palace. The princess carried the cage straight into the garden, and as soon as the bird began to sing, nightingales, larks, thrushes, finches, and all sorts of other birds mingled their voices in chorus. The branch she planted in a corner near the house, and in a few days it had grown into a great tree. As for the golden water, it was poured into a great marble basin, specially prepared for it, and it swelled and bubbles and then shot up into the air in a fountain 20 feet high. The fame of these wonders soon spread abroad, and people came from far and near to see and admire. After a few days, Prince Bahman and Prince Perviz fell back into their ordinary way of life and passed most of their time hunting. One day it happened that the Sultan of Persia, their secret dad, was also hunting in the same direction, and not wishing to interfere with his sport, the young men, on hearing the noise of the hunting approaching, prepared to retire. But, as luck would have it, they turned into the very path down which the Sultan was coming. They threw themselves on their horses and prostrated themselves to the earth. Threw themselves from their horses. I was like, how are they bowing while on their horse? Okay, so they're on the ground. But the Sultan was curious to see their faces and commanded them to rise. The princes stood up respectfully, but quite at their ease, and the Sultan looked at them for a few moments without speaking, and then asked who they were and where they lived. Probably because, why do you look so much like me? Why do you look so much like my wife? Sire, replied Prince Bahman, who, they keep calling him that, but he doesn't know he's a prince. Anyway, we are sons of your highness's late intendant of the gardens, and we live in a house that he built a short time before his death, waiting till an occasion should offer itself to serve your highness. You seem fond of hunting, answered the Sultan. Sire, replied Prince Bahman, it is our usual exercise, and one that should be neglected by no man who expects to comply with the ancient customs of the kingdom and bear arms. The Sultan was delighted with this remark, and said at once, In that case, I shall take great pleasure in watching you. Come, choose what sort of beasts you would like to hunt. The princes jumped on their horses and followed the Sultan at a little distance. They had not gone very far before they saw a number of wild animals appear at once. And Prince Bahman started to give chase to a lion, and Prince Perviz to a bear. Both used their javelins with such skill that directly they arrived within striking range, the lion and the bear fell, pierced through and through. Then Prince Perviz pursued a lion, and Prince Bahman a bear. And in a few minutes they too lay dead. There's a lot of bears and lions. Do you have any small animals here? Okay. As they were making ready for a third assault, the Sultan interfered, and sending one of his officials to summon them, he said, smiling, If I let you go on, there will soon be no beasts left to hunt. Besides, your courage and manners have so won my heart that I will not have you expose yourselves to further danger. I am convinced that some day or other I shall find you as useful as well as agreeable. These are the heirs apparent, sir. These are your children. Oh my gosh. He then gave them a warm invitation to stay with him altogether, but with many thanks for the honor done them, they begged to be excused and to be suffered to remain at home. The Sultan, who was not accustomed to see his offers rejected, inquired their reasons, and Prince Bahman explained that they did not wish to leave their sister, and were accustomed to doing nothing without consulting all three together. Ask her advice, then, replied the Sultan, and tomorrow come and hunt with me, and give me your answer. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so ask her and tell me tomorrow what you think. That's where we're at. The two princes returned home, but their adventure made so little impression on them that they quite forgot. They really didn't care. Oh, wow. They forgot to speak to the sister on the subject. The next morning, when they went to hunt, they met the Sultan in the same place, and he inquired what advice their sister had given. The young men looked at each other and blushed. At last, Prince Bahman said, Sire, we must throw ourselves on your highness's mercy. Neither my brother nor myself remembered anything about it. Then be sure you do not forget today, answered the Sultan, and bring me back your reply tomorrow. Oh my gosh, I knew they would do this. When, however, the same thing happened a second time, they feared that the Sultan might be angry with them for their carelessness. But he took it in good part, and drawing 3 little golden balls from his purse, he held them out to Prince Bahman, saying, Put these in your bosom, and you will not forget a third time. For when you remove your girdle tonight, the noise they will make in falling will remind you of my wishes. Hey, that works. It all happened as the Sultan had foreseen, and the two brothers appeared in their sister's apartments just as she was in the act of stepping into bed, and told their tale. The Princess Parizade was much disturbed at the news, and did not conceal her feelings. Your meeting with the Sultan is very honorable to you, she said, and will, I dare say, be of service to you, but it places me in a very awkward position. It is on my account, I know, that you have resisted the Sultan's wishes, and I am very grateful to you for it, but kings do not like to have their offers refused, and in time he would bear a grudge against you, which would render me very unhappy. Consult the talking bird, who is wise and far-seeing, and let me hear what he says. So the bird was sent for, and the case laid before him. The princes must on no account refuse the Sultan's proposal, said he, and they must even invite him to come and see your house. But bird, objected the princess, you know how dearly we love each other. Will not all this spoil our friendship? Not at all, replied the bird. It will make it all the closer. Then the Sultan will have to see me, said the princess. The bird answered that it was necessary that he should see her, and everything would turn out for the best. The following morning, when the Sultan inquired if they had spoken to their sister, and what advice she had given them, Prince Bahman replied that they were ready to agree to His Highness's wishes, and that their sister had reproved them for their hesitation about the matter. The Sultan received their excuses with great kindness and told them that he was sure they would be equally faithful to him, and kept them by his side for the rest of the day, to the vexation of the Grand Vizier and the rest of the court. When the procession entered in this order the gates of the capital, the eyes of the people who crowded the streets were fixed on the two young men, strangers to every one. "Oh, if only the Sultan had sons like that," they murmured. "They look so distinguished, and are about the same age that his sons would have been." This brings me back to what happened to the dogs. Did he treat the dogs like his sons? Because what if magically he had had dogs for sons? Because then the story would have been roughly, but then she gave birth to dogs, and the king got very mad. The Sultan got very mad and kicked them out, and then the dogs grew up to be very distinguished and very important, and boy did the Sultan regret his actions when the dogs came back and ate his face. You know, like, that's the kind of story that would have turned into if they didn't treat the dogs well. But at the same time, dog princess is gonna look stupid. So I don't know. What did they do with the dogs? I'm just curious. Oh my gosh. Okay. The Sultan commanded that splendid apartments should be prepared for the two brothers, and even insisted that they should sit at a table with him. During dinner he led the conversation to various scientific subjects, and also to history, of which he was especially fond. But whatever topic they might be discussing, he found that the views of the young men were always worth listening to. "If they were my own sons," he said to himself, "they could not be better educated," and aloud he complimented them on their learning and taste for knowledge. At the end of the evening the princes once more prostrated themselves before the throne and asked leave to return home, and then, encouraged by the gracious words of farewell uttered the Sultan, Prince Bahman said, "Sire, may we dare to take the liberty of asking whether you would do us and our sister the honor of resting a few minutes at our house the first time the hunt passes that way?" "With the utmost pleasure," replied the Sultan, "and as I am all impatience to see the sister of such accomplished young men, you may expect me the day after tomorrow." The princess was of course most anxious to entertain the Sultan in a fitting way, but as she had no experience in court customs, she ran to the talking bird and begged he would advise her as to what dishes should be served. "My dear mistress," replied the bird, "your cooks are very good, and you can safely leave all to them, except that you must be careful to have a dish of cucumbers stuffed with pearl sauce served with the first course." "Cucumbers stuffed with pearls!" exclaimed the princess. "Why, bird, whoever heard of such a dish? The Sultan will expect a dinner he can eat, and not one he can only admire. Besides, if I were to use all the pearls I possess, they would not be half enough." "Mistress," replied the bird, "do what I tell you, and nothing but good will come of it. And as to the pearls, if you go at dawn tomorrow and dig at the root of the first tree in the park, on the right hand, you will find as many as you want." "I'm sorry, a pearl tree?" There has to be something. "Oh, I'm sorry you had internet hiccup. I know the feeling. What do you mean there will be pearls at the roots of the first tree on the right in the park?" "Someone must have buried some pearls there." "The dogs!" "The dog princes!" But please don't tell me the story is going to try and say that that's where you find pearls. Generally. That's not how that works, honey. Oh my goodness. But okay. The princess had faith in the bird, who generally proved to be right, and taking the gardener with her early next morning, followed out his directions carefully. After digging for some time, they came upon a golden box fastened with little clasps. Okay, so it was someone that buried something there. Someone's going to be upset about this, though. These were easily undone, and the box was found to be full of pearls, not very large ones, but well-shaped and of a good color. So leaving the gardener to fill up the hole he had made under the tree, the princess took up the box and returned to the house. Is this not a crime? Is the gardener not concerned that this is a crime? Oh, whatever. The two princes had seen her go out and had wondered what could have made her rise so early. Full of curiosity, they got up and dressed and met their sister as she was returning with a box under her arm. "What have you been doing?" they asked. "And did the gardener come to tell you he had found a treasure?" "She told him to find a treasure, buddy. But okay." "On the contrary," replied the princess, "it is I who have found one." And opening the box, she showed her astonished brothers the pearls inside. Then, on the way back to the palace, she told them of her consultation with the bird and the advice it had given her. All three tried to guess the meaning of the singular counsel, but they were forced at last to admit the explanation was beyond them, and they must be content blindly to obey. The first thing the princess did on entering the palace was to send for the head cook and to order the repast for the sultan. When she had finished, she suddenly added, "Besides the dishes I have mentioned, there is one that you must prepare expressly for the sultan, and that no one must touch but yourself. It consists of a stuffed cucumber, and the stuffing is to be made of these pearls." I thought it was pearl juice. Whatever. The head cook, who had never in all his experience heard of such a dish, stepped back in amazement. "You think I am mad," answered the princess, who perceived what was in his mind, "but I know quite well what I am doing. Go and do your best and take the pearls with you." "Oh, honey, this is crazy, but okay." The next morning the princes started for the forest and were soon joined by the sultan. The hunt began and continued till midday, when the heat became so great that they were obliged to leave off. Then, as arranged, they turned their horses' heads towards the palace, and while Prince Bahman remained by the side of the sultan, Prince Perviz rode on to warn his sister of their approach. The moment His Highness entered the courtyard, the princess flung herself at his feet, but he bent and raised her and gazed at her for some time, struck by her grace and beauty, and also with the indefinable air of courts that seemed to hang around this country girl. "They are all worthy of the other," he said to himself, "and I am not surprised that they think so much of her opinions. I must know more of them." Right, because she is pretty, she has the best opinions. Okay. All right. By this time, the princess had recovered from the first embarrassment of meeting and proceeded to make her speech of welcome. "This is only a simple country house, sire," she said, "suitable to people like ourselves who live a quiet life. It cannot compare with the great city mansions, much less, of course, with the smallest of the sultan's palaces." "We've been calling the country house a palace every other sentence, though, so it's got to be pretty cool. It's also got magic shit, but fine." "I cannot quite agree with you," he replied. "Even the little that I have seen I admire greatly, and I will reserve my judgment until you have shown me the whole." The princess then led way from room to room, and the sultan examined everything carefully. "Do you call this a simple country house?" he said at last. "Why, if every country house was like this, the towns would soon be deserted. I am no longer astonished that you do not wish to leave it. Let us go into the gardens, which I am sure are no less beautiful than the rooms." A small door opened straight into the garden, and the first object that met the sultan's eyes was the golden water, of course. "What lovely colored water!" he exclaimed. "Where is the spring, and how do you make the fountain rise so high? I do not believe there is anything like it in the world." He went forward to examine it, and when he had satisfied his curiosity, the princess conducted him towards the singing tree. As they drew near, the sultan was startled by the sound of strange voices, but could see nothing. "Where have you hidden your musicians?" he asked the princess. "Are they up in the air or under the earth? Surely the owners of such charming voices ought not to conceal themselves." "Sire," answered the princess, "the voices all come from the tree, which is straight in front of us, and if you will deign to advance a few steps, you will see that they become clearer." The sultan did as he was told, and was so wrapped in delight at what he heard that he stood some time in silence. "Tell me, madam, I pray you," he said at last, "how this marvelous tree came into your garden. It must have been brought from a great distance, or else, fond as I am of all curiosities, I could not have missed hearing it. What is its name?" "The only name it has, sire," replied she, "is the singing tree, and is not a native of this country. Its history is mixed up with those of the golden water and the talking bird, which you have not yet seen. If your highness wishes, I will tell you the whole story when you have recovered from your fatigue. Indeed, madam, returned he, you show me so many wonders that it is impossible to feel any fatigue. Let us go once more and look at the golden water, and I am dying to see the talking bird. The Sultan could hardly tear himself away from the golden water, which puzzled him more and more. You say, he observed to the princess, that this water does not come from any spring, neither is brought by pipes. All I understand is that neither it nor the singing tree is a native to this country. It is as you say, sire, answered the princess, and if you examine the basin, you will see that it is all in one piece, and therefore the water could not have been brought through it. What is more astonishing is that I only emptied a small flaskful into the basin, and it created to the quantity you now see, and it increased to the quantity you now see. Well, I will look at it no more today, said the Sultan. Take me to the talking bird. On approaching the house, the Sultan noticed a vast quantity of birds, whose voices filled the air, and he inquired why they were so much more numerous here than in any other part of the garden. Sire, answered the princess, do you see that the cage hanging in one of the windows of the saloon? That is the talking bird, whose voice you can hear above them all, even above that of the nightingale, and the birds crowd to this spot to add their songs to his. The Sultan stepped through the window, but the bird took no notice, continuing his song as before. My slave, said the princess, this is the Sultan. Make him a pretty speech. The bird stopped singing at once, and all the other birds stopped too. The Sultan is welcome, he said. I wish him long life and all prosperity. I thank you, good bird, answered the Sultan, seating himself before the repast, which was spread at a table near the window. And I am enchanted to see in you the Sultan and king of the birds. The Sultan, noticing that his favorite dish of cucumber was placed before him, proceeded to help himself to it, and was amazed too, and that the stuffing was of pearls. Of novelty indeed, cried he. You didn't break your teeth on that? Oh, okay, good. He addresses it. But I do not understand the reason of it. One cannot eat pearls. Sire, replied the bird, before either the princes or the princess could speak. Surely your highness cannot be so surprised at beholding a cucumber stuffed with pearls when you believed without any difficulty that the sultana had presented you instead of children with a dog, a cat, and a log of wood. Oh, it wasn't all dogs. It was a dog and then a cat and then a log of wood. Woohoo! Hey, talking bird, where you find out this stuff? How did you know? Why didn't you tell the kids yet? You waited for the dramatic reveal here? Wow, this is a very magical bird. Very, very magical bird. I believed it, answered the Sultan, because the women attending on her told me so. Only a couple of the women. The women, sire, said the bird, were the sisters of the Sultana, who were devoured with jealousy at the honor you had done her, and in order to revenge themselves invented this story. Have them examined, and they will confess their crime. These are your children, who were saved from death by the intendant of your gardens and brought up by him as if they were his own. Like a flash, the truth came to the mind of the Sultan. Bird, he cried, my heart tells me that what you say is true. My children, he added, let me embrace you and embrace each other, not only as brothers and sister, but as having in you the blood royal of Persia, which could flow in no nobler veins. When the first moments of emotion were over, the Sultan hastened to finish his repast. So he ate. That's what they say. He had big emotions, and then they finally had their snacks. And then returning to his children, he exclaimed, Today you have made acquaintance with your father. Tomorrow I will bring you the Sultana, your mother. Be ready to receive her. She's been in that room for however long these people are. What the heck? Oh my gosh, I didn't even see he said that. That was so long ago. I'm sorry, Fett. Eat well. Take care. Oops. Glad you're being responsible. Oh no. Okay, the story is nearly done. I do see the end very close. But okay, they're going to see Mom, finally, who's probably been stuck in a mosque for a very long time. Did she get to leave ever? Anyway, okay. The Sultan then mounted his horse and rode quickly back to the capital without an instant's delay. He sent for the Grand Vizier and ordered him to seize and question the Sultana's sister that very day. This was done. They were confronted with each other and proved guilty, and were executed in less than an hour. Speedy trial? Well, okay. Believe the bird. But the Sultan did not wait to hear that his orders had been carried out before going on foot, following by his whole court, to the door of the great mosque, and drawing the Sultana in his own hand out of the narrow prison where she had spent so many years. "Madam," he cried, embracing her with tears in his eyes, "I have come to ask your pardon for the injustice I have done you, and to repair it as far as I may. I have already begun by punishing the authors of this abominable crime, and I hope you will forgive me when I introduce you to our children, who are the most charming and accomplished creatures in the whole world. Come with me and take back your position and all the honor that is due to you." This speech was delivered in the presence of a vast multitude of people who had gathered from all parts on the first hint of what was happening, and the news was passed from mouth to mouth in a few seconds. Early next day the Sultan and Sultana, dressed in robes of state and followed by all the court, set out for the country house of their children. Here the Sultan presented them to the Sultana one by one, and for some time there was nothing but embraces and tears and tender words. Then they ate of the magnificent dinner which had been prepared for them, and after they were all refreshed, they went into the garden, where the Sultan pointed out to his wife the golden water and the singing tree. As to the talking bird, she had already made acquaintance with him. "What do you mean?" "Oh, when they ate, probably, because he lives up there." "Well, okay, I was kind of hoping that, like, the bird had visited the mosque and was like, 'I'll write this, my lady.' I will do this eventually." Anyway, in the evening they rode together back to the capital, the princes on each side of their father, and the princess with her mother. Long before they reached the gates, the way was lined with people, and the air filled with shouts of welcome, with which were mingled the songs of the talking bird, sitting in its cage on the lap of the princess, and of the birds who followed it. Did they bring the tree and the water too? And in this manner they came back to their father's palace. The end. And the end of this book. Woo! We're a little bit over our usual time, but as I have been lately finishing stream early, I think that's befitting. Oh my goodness. Well, that has been the Arabian Nights / 1001 Nights. Andrew Lang's version, anyway. It does not cover whether or not the woman who was telling the story in the very beginning, trying to avoid a death, it does not say if she succeeded. I have to imagine she's at least lived another 30-ish nights, because that's how many stories were set out here, so that's at least how many. But the original book before Andrew Lang's hand get in it, I think had something like 100 stories. Maybe it was 1001, but a bunch of stories. And hopefully she convinced that mean guy to, stop killing women and got to live, but I don't know. Thank you for joining me, everybody. Thank you for the raids, Black Tavern and Cage. You guys are great. Where are we gonna head out? Fett has gone off to Eep. It's time to go looking. I'm gonna go see what's going on. Who's still streaming right now? Let's see who's up that we are following. Ooh, well, this was one of our suggestions. Oh, I don't know how much longer she'll be up. I'm gonna go with it. It's been a while since we visited Aisha's Bakes. We're gonna go over there. So, booped. With this, let's get the raid messages running. Whoops. I will copy that. Oh no, you moved it. It's okay. I copy that and then raid 2 if you don't have the frogs emotes. Here's the other raid message. Copy that. Prepare to do the raid messages. We're gonna go. We both did it. There we go. We're gonna go visit Aisha. Everybody that's headed to bed, I hope you eat well. Sleep well. Take care of yourself. If you're not in that time zone, whatever time zone, happy time zone. And whatever day you have day or night. I hope it's good. I will be back on the 16th. So we're done with our streaming week. I know. But we will, you shall be eating soon. Yes, eat well. We will be back Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, as far as I'm aware. So take care of yourselves. And before that, we go say hi to Aisha. Let's go. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for watching. Alright. I have my chat. Do you have your chat? Still can't believe I got first. No. Now leave with this. Frogs used to be big enough to eat some dinosaurs. What? Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, we're leaving. Let's go. Let's raid. We're raiding. Well, it's trying to raid. Okay, there we go. Alright.